Hello there, and welcome to Andre Plays Unreal Tournament. Oh well, not quite yet. I am going to release a series of videos where I play through the single player campaign of Unreal Tournament, but first I thought I would make this extra video, where I sort of go a bit behind the scenes of Unreal Tournament. Talk about the history of the game, the plot and the characters from the game, the weapons and game types, and just general features from Unreal Tournament. So, Unreal Tournament came out in 1999, 1 year after the original Unreal came out in 1998. It actually won Game of the Year in 1999. And in the year 2000, Epic Games released a special version of Unreal Tournament called the Game of the Year Edition. This is actually the version that I'm playing right now. I'm not playing the base Unreal Tournament, I'm playing Unreal Tournament Game of the Year Edition. So it has a bunch of extra content, extra maps, a few mods made by the community that were put in there by Epic, and yeah, just like a bunch of extra stuff. So yeah, as I mentioned just now, not only did Epic put in a bunch of their own extra content into the Game of the Year edition, but also 2 mods that people in the community had made. Epic were like, man, these mods are actually really quite good. So good that we're actually going to include them in we're going to officially endorse them and include them in our Game of the Year edition for Unreal Tournament. But yeah, in general though, I have actually installed some extra maps and some extra stuff that didn't come with the game, but all of the stuff that I've installed is like basically either official or semi-official or purely there for aesthetic value. As in like those 2 mods that came with the Game of the Year edition, I've just updated them to their latest versions. I've downloaded some extra maps that, while they didn't come with the base Unreal Tournament or with Unreal Tournament Game of the Year edition, they were released in official bonus packs, or they were like released with like official promotional deals with retail stores. Like back in 1999, you'd go to Best Buy and they say, oh, if you buy Unreal Tournament from us, we'll give you this floppy disk with a exclusive extra map or whatever. So maps like that. I've also installed the latest community-made patch. So that's patch 469D, I believe. Let me just check. Yes, version 4. It says in the top right-hand corner, version 469D. So basically, that's just a patch made by the Unreal community, which makes Unreal Tournament be able to run really nicely on modern computers, run in 1920 by 860, and just work really well, and it also fixes a whole bunch of bugs and stuff. I've also installed some code to make DirectX 11 compatible with Unreal Tournament. I guess you say to make Unreal Tournament compatible with DirectX 11. So now I can run Unreal Tournament with DirectX 11, and the graphics can look really nice, which is awesome. So, what is Unreal Tournament? In order to discuss what Unreal Tournament actually is, we need to look back at the original Unreal. You see, the original Unreal and Unreal Gold were first and foremost single-player games. When you play Unreal, it's like one continuous immersive story that you play through, where you're fighting as a lone survivor, fighting monsters on an alien world. Basically, when you beat one map, the next map picks off just where you left off, so it acts like one long continuous story. It's similar to some other games of its time, like Half-Life. Half-Life also does this, where you play as a single-player game playing through a story. Doom does this to a lesser extent. Doom does this a little bit, but like it's still Doom. But Doom does kind of have discrete levels, where like you reach the end of one level and it says like level ended, so it's not quite there. But yeah. This whole continuous narrative design lies in contrast to another way of making games, which is by having discrete matches. In a game, consider something like Mortal Kombat, In Mortal Kombat, you join or you start a match, and you basically you start off in like an overworld or a menu. Then you enter a particular match, and it's you versus the opponent. You're fighting each other in this enclosed space, and then whoever wins, it goes, you won the match, and then the match finishes, and then you go back to the overworld of the menu. So rather than it being like one continuous story, it's basically made up a bunch of these smaller like packages, not packages, that's not the right word, like these smaller units where you have these discrete matches, and it feels more like a game, you know? The game says, you have won the game, whereas in Unreal, when you play through Unreal or Unreal Gold, you don't get annoying messages popping up on your screen saying, you have killed a Skaarj, or you got 30 points or whatever. It doesn't make itself that obvious. It doesn't make itself obviously known to be a game. Like it doesn't go out of its way to make you feel like, oh, I'm playing a game and ruining the immersion. It goes out of its way to make you feel really immersed in the storytelling environment. But yeah, the thing is, the original Unreal sort of does have this discrete match type thing, but not as its primary focus. Unreal is first and foremost a single-player game where you're playing through the story, but it does have death matches. If you've seen my Andre Plays Unreal videos, you'll have seen that I play through both the main story of Unreal and also through the deathmatch maps. So, deathmatch in the original Unreal is very much like a bonus feature. It's not the main focus of the game. It was implemented as an afterthought. So back Epic Games was making the original Unreal, and when the game was basically finished or nearly finished, they were like, hey, you know what? We should implement an extra bonus feature where players can fight against bots in enclosed maps, or players can fight against other human players online, you know? And it was this bonus feature. Like, it was never the main focus of the game. And it's very much bare bones. Like, they didn't develop it very much. They didn't do much development with it. Like, they kind of just did the basic essentials of what you need to get the deathmatch working, and like, yep, good enough, we can ship the game. Because like I said, it was tacked on at the end of development when the game was only a few months away from release. So it was a very last minute sort of thing and not very developed. Another thing is also how Deathmatch was marketed in the original Unreal. It wasn't like, oh, play this feature of our game. It was sort of like an extra bonus challenge for those who really want to be challenged. Like, if you've beaten the main Unreal campaign several times on the hardest difficulty and you're looking for an even harder challenge, then you can play this bonus extra challenge where you fight bots. The super smart AI bots, you know? So it's like, yeah, it always treated itself as an extra add-on thing rather than a main part of the gameplay. Another way that you can see this is that the bot matches and the death matches are not contextualized in the Unreal story, in the narrative. It's like when you're playing Deathmatch in the original Unreal, what's meant to be happening in the Unreal universe? Are you on Napali or somewhere else? And where are these humans coming from? Why are there all these humans on Napali? And how the hell does respawning work? And why are they all killing each other rather than working together? And like, what's the story behind the death matches? The answer is, of course, that there is none. They're basically non-canon. Death matches in the original Unreal kind of don't fit into the actual narrative that the game is trying to present to you. They're just kind of, like I said, this bonus extra feature. Anyway, back in the 90s, in the late 90s, death matches were becoming more and more popular. Like I said, most first-person shooters of the time, like Unreal and Half-Life and Doom and Quake, were kind of based on this sort of like single-player story-based idea. But more and more, the idea of multiplayer and deathmatch was catching on. And Epic really wanted to get in on this, but because the thing is, like I said, the multiplayer features, the deathmatch features of the original Unreal are really lacking. They are very much bare bones, minimalistic, it works good enough. I mean, nowadays, the community has made a bunch of mods which make it a lot better. So nowadays, when you play Unreal or Unreal Gold online, you can play with a bunch of mods which really improves the bot match and the online features. But just the stuff that came with the game, it was very minimalistic. So Epic Games was like, we need to make an expansion pack that really improves this online multiplayer bot match deathmatch experience. and they started working on an expansion pack for Unreal, which was known in development as the Bot Pack. Now, this was going to be just an expansion pack, so just like Return to Napali was for Unreal, some extra thing that you bought that you would install once you already had the original game installed. However, as they were designing it, they put more and more content in. They put in new game types, new player models, new weapon models, a whole bunch of new stuff, and it just got bigger and bigger and bigger until they were like, you know what, we should just release this as its own whole game, as like a standalone game. And this game became Unreal Tournament. So Unreal Tournament was originally just an expansion pack for Unreal that grew and ballooned into its own whole game. And ironically, Unreal Tournament, even though it began as just a spin-off of Unreal, it grew into something much more popular and much more well-known than the original Unreal. I mean, nowadays, the percentage of people who know about the Unreal series at all is tiny. But among those who've heard of the Unreal series, the vast majority of them have only ever heard of Unreal Tournament. So that the number of people who know of the original Unreal is like a niche within a niche. But yeah, after Unreal Tournament was released, there was one more single-player game in development in the Unreal series called Unreal 2, but after that, Epic focused purely on the multiplayer, purely on sequels to Unreal Tournament, making Unreal Tournament games, and they became so much more well-known and so much more beloved by the community, or not by the world at large, I guess I should say, than the original Unreal and the single-player stuff, which I find a real shame because, like, the single-player Unreal, as in Unreal and Unreal Gold, they are literally my favourite games of all time. So it's a shame that they're so forgotten to history. But yeah, all of this basically to explain that unlike the original Unreal, which is a single-player game primarily, Unreal Tournament is primarily a multiplayer game. The idea of the game is that you go online and fight other human players, either alone or in a team, and you basically play matches against them. So it's like you join matches and play these matches. So it doesn't really have a whole cohesive storyline that you play through. There is a single player campaign, which I'm going to be playing through in my next video. But the thing is, it's basically just a ladder of bot matches. But basically you just play the same type of games that you play multiplayer, but just against bots, rather than against human players. In sort of, like I said, it's sort of like a ladder structure where you once you beat the first match of the ladder, you move to the second match. And once you beat that, you move to the third match, and so on until you reach the top of the ladder, sort of thing. But yeah, so Unreal Tournament doesn't really have a story in the same way that Unreal does, but it does have a lot of flavor text. So when you play Unreal Tournament, when you join these matches, there's text on screen telling you like about the maps and about your opponents and giving you a bit of like flavor text. But it's not really the same thing. However, there is a cinematic when you open up Unreal Tournament. There is a cinematic intro, like a cutscene sort of thing, which I'll play in a second. And also, one of the people in Epic Games released a sort of a summary online many years ago of basically just like a summary of where Unreal Tournament sits in the Unreal franchise and basically the storyline that led from Unreal to Unreal Tournament. So, I'm going to show you both of those now. First of all, the cinematic intro. Let us watch that.
In 2291, in an attempt to control violence among deep space miners, the New Earth government legalized no-holds-barred fighting. Liandry Mining Corporation, working with the NEG, established a series of leagues and bloody public exhibitions. The fight's popularity grew with their brutality. Soon, Liandry discovered that the public matches were their most profitable enterprise. The Professional League was formed, a cabal of the most violent and skilled warriors in known space, selected to fight in a grand tournament. Now it is 2341. 50 years have passed since the founding of Deathmatch. Profits from the tournament number in the hundreds of billions. You have been selected to fight in the Professional League by the Liandry Rules Board. Your strength and brutality are legendary. The time has come to prove you are the best. To crush your enemies. To win the tournament.
So, that is basically it. Sometime in the future, in what was it, 2341, or basically it says in 2291, they basically legalized deathmatch. So basically, it was like, the story's basically something like, in deep space mining, people were getting restless, and so the new Earth government legalized, legalized killing, basically. But I guess but based on the way the annual tournament works, maybe it was with respawns, like maybe there was this idea that you could actually respawn somehow. But either way, then they basically created this tournament where people could fight each other, and there'd be spectators, and people would watch, and people would, I don't know, bet on who's going to win or whatever, and it was like a whole big competition thing. And then it became this really popular competition. So basically, that's the idea. It's in the future, and you're basically fighting to compete to see who could be the best killer in the galaxy or whatever. Anyway, that's just my brief summary. I will now show you the summary made by the people working at Epic, which will go into a bit more detail. Okay, let's look at this old website, this long defunct website from probably like the mid 2000s or something, that tells us about the story of Unreal Tournament. Okay, here is Unreal Tournament's story. Brandon Green Marine Reinhardt of Epic Games wrote this and gave it to Unreal Universe. The story of the Great Tournament. During the years of the human Skaarj War, Earth and the United Aligned World formed the new Earth government, a single government that might be more efficient at carrying out interplanetary war. Deep space asteroid mining became the choice means of financing the war, with raw materials easily gained from within the Terran system. Mining was hard, and the pay very poor. The socialized working class grew more and more restless with their working conditions and a war that seemed to never cease. Each day the Skaarj invasion forces drew closer and few battles were won. Riots began to break out, the most notable being the Green's World Rebellion, where over 3,000 miners joined in a riot that would cost billions in damage. The human Skaarj War was brought to a standstill during the 7-day siege, when Skaarj forces surrounding the Terran system and Earth itself seemed doomed. When Skaarj forces surrounded the Terran system, and Earth itself seemed doomed. All was made well when a crack team of NEG military specialists were able to destroy the GES-class dreadnought Krujlok, the queen ship of the Skaarj forces. Confused by the loss of their high matriarch, the Skaarj withdrew, their unity shattered by a well-placed fusion detonator. The damage was done, however. The NEG had largely ignored its internal social conditions while waging an expensive and impossible war. More and more mining incidents were being reported, and cracking down seemed to have little effect. NEG politicians determined that the best policy was not to stifle the violence, but to give it an outlet. In 2291, consensual murder was legalized. Under NEG law, any two people could, under organized conditions, fight to the death. The various mining conglomerates organized matches with small leagues to channel aggression. The results were immediate and successful. The leagues escalated with money and promotions offered to victors. One insightful corporation, the Leandri Mining Corporation, began to tri-cast fights and capitalize on the primal form of entertainment. Much to the LMC's financial delight, the tri-cast became more successful than the fights themselves, their popularity growing with their brutality. Now it is 2341, 50 years after the legalization of consensual murder. The LMC has found the tournament be significantly more popular than mining, now merely a token element of their yearly profits. The professional league has been formed, a cabal of the most violent and skilled warriors. Each year, the LMC hosts the grand tournament, the most brutal and popular of tri-cast events. You are a warrior chosen to fight in the grand tournament. Perhaps you are a criminal, condemned by the new US government to fight for your death for the entertainment of billions. Perhaps you are a madman, bred by Leandri scientists to fight and die without question. Perhaps you are a military specialist, fighting in the tournament to prove your abilities and win fame and fortune among the aligned worlds. Perhaps you are a member of the Necrus, an alien race until now rarely seen, entering the tournament to prove your racial superiority. The current champion of the tournament is Zan Kriegel. None have seen his true form, as he always battles in an enhanced cybernetic shell. There are no laws against cybernetic or chemical assistance. Some say that Zan is a Skaarj. Others contend he is an artificial intelligence constructed by the LMC. Still others argue he is merely a highly skilled human. Either way, you will have to fight many battles across several worlds to claim the right of challenge against Zan. Then perhaps you'll find out for yourself what it is like to be champion. Note, Unreal Tournament takes place a full 100 years after Unreal. So, that is it. That is the story of Unreal Tournament. So now you can sort of see how Unreal Tournament contextualizes the death matches and the other matches in the context of the Unreal universe. We are set 100 years after the original Unreal, and we're in a grand tournament in a controlled environment where instead of just people killing each other and then permanently dying, they do get respawned. We must be in some sort of, like I said, some sort of controlled environment with respawns. And we are fighting to compete to see who's the most vicious, most brutal killer, most powerful warrior in the galaxy. So that's basically the general plot of Unreal Tournament. Now let's look a bit into the actual teams of the game. So this is more, I guess, more flavor text, looking at the various teams. So if you go Game, Start Unreal Tournament, you go into this menu where you look at, where you basically can choose, this basically is the menu where you choose your player to start the tournament. The player you play as and the team you play as are purely for aesthetic purposes. It does not change the gameplay. Your player and your team has no effect on the game or the story or the gameplay or anything. It's just purely aesthetic. But let's look at this. Okay, so the first team, this is their symbol, this little hawk here. Their team name is Iron Guard. This veteran squad of elite warriors once served as personal bodyguards to the powerful arms smuggler Jihan Nin. After Jihan's assassination, the Iron Guard found themselves unemployed, and the tournament was an ideal arena to vent their aggression. So we can be various, basically. So in Unreal Tournament, you choose your name, so you can select your name. You choose your gender, male or female. You choose your team. And on your team, you can choose various different players on that team, but effectively you're just changing your face. So this is Brock, we can zoom into the face. The text is kind of covering the face. This is Brock, you can see Harlan and Johnson and Rankin. So Brock, Harlan, Johnson and Rankin. And this is Iron Guard. There's also a female Iron Guard. And here we have Lauren, Melissa, Sarah, and Cheyenne. Next team is Black Legion. Let's see what these guys are about. Team name, Black Legion. A powerful team of Necris Fader assassins that seek to dominate the tournament. By destroying Zan Krieger, the corrupt tournament champion, the Legion believes it can take control of Liandry operations. So these guys are called Necris. They're like a species of alien or something that has recently been discovered of, I don't know, they're not fully human is what I'm saying. And if you look at their face, they kind of have no eyeballs, or no pupils I should say. The pupils are kind of white. They're meant to be some sort of aliens or zombies or some sort of weird creatures. I mean, Necris is Greek for, Necro is Greek for dead. So you get they're meant to be undead sort of creatures. So here we have Kragoth, Malachi, Necrotic, and Grail. And on female Necris we have Chris, Fraelis, Vis, I don't know how do you pronounce it, and Malice. Let me zoom in there. That was Chris, Fraelis, Vis, and Malice. Okay, next team. And you notice the little icon in the top left-hand corner. Next team is the Blood Reavers. An organization of mercenaries and ex-military specialists, the Blood Reavers are interested in fame and fortune. They seek to win the tournament for the prize that victory offers, nearly limitless wealth and power. So here we have Boris, Luther, Ramirez, and Graves. And female Blood Reavers, we have Kyla, Mariana, Jace, and Tanya. Notice that the female Blood Reavers actually have a Nali crucifix symbol as like their body tattoo. So it's like, I guess, the culture of the Nali is a sort of like, is kind of well known throughout the Unreal universe now. So yeah, it's interesting. Oh, you can also like rotate them. Okay. And that is it for the Blood Reavers. Next team is called Raw Steel. So basically, I'll just read this. Team name Raw Steel. Only men are allowed in the fighting force known as Raw Steel, an amalgamation of human muscle and polyfoam metals. Raw Steel upholds strength and power over all other virtues. So you can only play as male. So there's basically, in Unreal Tournament, there's an only male team and an only female team, and all the rest of the teams are a male and female, except for the Skaarj team, which we'll get to in a second. So only men. Okay, yeah. So we read that. So we have Archon, Bruce, Gregor, and Manuel. Oh, another one, Slain. Let's zoom in. Archon, Bruce, Gregor, Manuel, and Slain. And like I said, we can't play a female. But if we do go back to a female, we see their equivalent is called Venom. Team name Venom. Venom is an elite faction of warriors and athletes. Every member is female and all fight solely for their own enjoyment. So here we have Athena, Celia, Serena, Tara, and Xana. Let's zoom in. Athena, Celia, Serena, Tara, and Xana. And once again, you can only be female here. Next team, Dark Phalanx. I'll let it load for a second. The Dark Phalanx are an honorable collection of military specialists. All have proven themselves in the human Skaarj war and now seek glory in the ranks of the tournament. So we have Blake, Gorn, Nikolai, and Whitman. Zooming in, Blake, Gorn, Nikolai, and Whitman. And for female Dark Phalanx, we have Ivana, Nikita, Anna, and Gromida. Zooming in, Ivana, Nikita, Anna, and Gromida. Okay. Next up, Thunder Crash. Thunder Crash is the big city favourite. Sporting a calculated balance of strength and style, they always manage to crush the opposition and look good at the same time. So we have Malcolm, Othello, Riker, oh, and that's it. Malcolm, Othello, Riker. And for female Thunder Crash, we have Azure, Aris, Annika, and Olga. Oh, and Rihanna. Just zoom in there. Azure, Aris, Annika, Olga, and Rihanna. Now, there's no other female team. If you go back to like if you cycle back the teams on female, it goes back to the Iron Guard. But if you go to male, what we actually find, if we cycle through here, is there are actually two teams of what are called Skaarj hybrids. These were not in the base game of Unreal Tournament. These Skaarj hybrid teams were added into the Game of the Year edition version of Unreal Tournament. But yeah, so team name, Red Claw. The NEG, that's the new Earth government, the NEG has long recognized the superiority of the Skaarj warrior as a military fighting machine, as was made clear in the brutal human-Skaarj wars. The Skaarj hybrid is the result of secret military genetic research using both human and Skaarj DNA, performed after the capture of a Skaarj scout ship. If proven in tournament battle, the hybrid shall become a leading force in ground-based ops. That is Red Claw, and here we have Berserker, Dominator, Guardian, and that's it. So, Berserker, Dominator, and Guardian. The other Skaarj hybrid team is called Iron Skull. Their flavor text is the same thing. The NEG has long recognized the superiority of the Skaarj warrior as a military fighting machine, as was made clear in the brutal human-Skaarj wars. The Skaarj hybrid is a result of secret military genetic research using both human and Skaarj DNA, performed after the capture of a Skaarj ship. If proven in tournament battle, the hybrid shall become a leading force in ground-based ops. And here we have Beetle, Pharaoh, and Skrillex. So zooming in, Beetle, Pharaoh, and Skrillex. And that's basically it for the actual teams that you can play as in the tournament itself. Similar to this, we actually have player models. So when you actually choose your player, you can go options, player setup, and you can choose what your player will look like. But the thing about this is that there are actually a bunch more options in player models. See, there are a bunch more options in the player models because the teams in the tournament are only the teams that are like the official teams in the tournament. But in player models, you also have a bunch of like custom player models that people either like basically that were released with Game of the Year edition, or that came with like when fans make their own custom models online, which you can download. These become part of these models that you can select in your player setup. But in the actual tournament, you can still only play as the default teams. But yeah, in Game of the Year edition and stuff, they also released some extra player models. So let's look at some of these extra player models you can play as. So first of all, you'll notice instead of teams like Dark Phalanx and Iron Guard, or whatever they're called, their teams are called totally different things here. So here we have. So first of all, let's look at Male Soldier. Under Male Soldier, we have Marine. This is basically Thunder Crash. We have the faces Malcolm, Othello, and Riker. We can zoom in on the face. We have Metal Guard, which I'm not sure. I didn't see these guys. Actually, I didn't even see these guys in the team lineup. We have Drake, Radkin, Bond, and Wraith. So I'm not entirely sure who these guys are. Maybe you play against them. Maybe they're one of the enemy teams that you play against that you can't actually play as. I'm not 100% sure. You have Overkill. Now, interesting. Overkill was actually not released as part of either the base game of Unreal Tournament or the Game of the Year edition. Basically, when Unreal Tournament was trying to get released in Germany at that time had very strict laws about like what you could have in violent video games. Like I think you weren't allowed to show the killing of humans. So basically, they were like, "Oh, I know. Let's just make all the players look like robots, and that way, you won't be killing humans. You'll just be killing robots." So they did that, and they made a bunch of these robot skins. But for whatever reason, the game was still not allowed to be published in Germany. So they end up just having a bunch of these extra robot skins they were doing nothing with. So Epic just released them online for anyone to download. And this is what I mean by this is like semi-official content. So these are these robot skins skins called Overkill. And here we have Cybot. So let's look at these faces. Cybot, Drac, Mac, Rail, and Zaron. Oh yeah, just to go back just to show you the faces of the Metal Guard. Drake, Radkin, Von, and Wraith. Raw Steel, we've seen these guys. I showed you them on the team menu. Raw Steel. Soldier. Soldier is what was it called? Iron Guard, I believe. So Brock, Harlan, Johnson, another guy called Rankin. Do these guys have different names? I feel like their names might be different, but I'm not sure. And lastly, War Machine. War Machine, you actually do play against them as an enemy team, but only at the very end of the tournament. They're like part of the final challenge of a tournament, where you play against these elite robots. And here we have Matrix, Tensor, and Vector, all mathematics terms. So that's Matrix, Tensor, and Vector. So that was male Soldier. Now let's look at male Commando. At the male Commando, we have the Commando guys. What is Commando? Commando is that's Iron Guard. Commando is Dark Phalanx. Okay. So we have Blake, Gorn. Let's zoom in. Blake, Gorn, Nikolai, and Whitman. We also have the Mercenary skin. These are the what are they called? Blood Reavers. And here we have Boris, Graves, Luther, and Ramirez. And then we have the Necris skin. These are the Dark, what's it called? They're called Dark Legion. I don't actually know the teams that well, sorry. Black Legion, that's right, the Black Legion, okay. Grail, Kragos, Malachi. Malachi has pupils. And Necrotic. Cool. So that's it for the male players. Let's look at the female players. Going into female soldier. This is this Thunder Crash? I feel like this might be Thunder Crash, but I'm not sure. Yeah. We have Annika, Aris, Azure, Olga, and Rihanna. We have Metal Guard. That's that other. Remember that other team that I mentioned, the team that you don't actually play as. So here we have Isis, Ryza or Rissa. I don't know how you pronounce it. Tasha, and Vixen. Soldier. This is the not Thunder Crash. This is the I always forget their names. These guys, Iron Guard. This is Iron Guard, I think. So here we have Lauren, Relissa, Sarah, and Cheyenne. Venom, that's that female-only team. So here we have Athena, Celia, Serena, Tara, and Xana. And lastly, War Machine. Some more of these highly intelligent fighting robots. These ones are all I was going to say the male ones are all named after mathematics things like Matrix, Vector, and Tensor. This is Cathode. Cathode is a thing in physics and chemistry. So here we have Cathode, but the others are just called Fury, not really a robot-like name, and Lilith. So that's it for female soldier, and then female commander. Aphex. Which one are these ones? Do I even know these ones? This looks like their glasses remind me of the Matrix. They remind me of, like, you know, what's her name? Trinity from the Matrix. I'm not sure whether I'm not sure whether this was one of the teams you could play as. This is called Aphex, and there were only 2 faces for this. Commando. This is... what was Commando again? Oh, it was just there. Dark Phalanx, that's right. This was Dark Phalanx. Anna, Gromida, Ivana, and Nikita. Mercenary. This was another group. What's the name? Wrong one. Blood Reavers, that's right. Whatever. This is the Blood Reavers. So here we have Jace, Kyla, Mariana, and Tanya. And female Necris. Here we have Chris, Freylis, Melise, and Vis. Now, we also have a skin here called Boss. Oh my god! I've totally been forgetting to talk about the team colors. So basically, when you play, sorry, let me go back a bit. When you play as, what was I trying to say? When you choose your team, when you choose your player character, and in the tournament, you don't get to choose your team. In the beginning of the tournament, you always play Deathmatch, and Deathmatch is just free-for-all. And then when you start team-based games, it's always you are on the red team. But in, like, online games or bot match games, just for fun, you could be any team, and anyone could be any team, and so each of the character models has team colors. So for instance, this is the male soldier, but you can also play as red team, and it goes red, blue team, green team, or gold team. Or that's like normal no team. Metal Guard, these are these guys. Red team, blue team, green team, gold team. Overkill. Obviously I should have turned it off. Overkill. Red team. So basically when they're on different teams, their faces still change, but their body changes to different colours to sort of show which team they're on. Blue team, green team, and gold team. Raw Steel. Red team, blue team, green team, gold team. Soldier. Red team, blue team, green team, gold team. And War Machine. Red team, blue team, green team, and gold team. Male Commandos. Red team, blue team, green team, gold team. Mercenary. That's the default colors. And red team, blue team, green team, gold team. Female soldier. Red team, blue team, green team, gold team. Metal Guard. Red team, blue team, green team, gold team. Soldier. Red team, blue team, green team, gold team. Venom. Red team, blue team, green team, gold team. War Machine. red team, blue team, green team, gold team. Now, female commando, these guys, Apex, red team, blue team, green team, gold team, commando, red team, blue team, green team, gold team, mercenary, red team, blue team, green team, gold team, and necklace, red team, blue team, green team, gold team. Okay, now as I was saying, there is another skin called Boss. Now this skin is by default not available. If you just install Unreal Tournament, or even Unreal Tournament Game of the Year Edition, you usually cannot select this skin. It only gets unlocked once you beat the whole game. However, rather than beating the whole game after I installed it on this computer here, I actually just edited a few lines in an INI file and changed the code a little bit to basically enable this skin to be available for me already. So I'm actually going to leave some comments in the description where I'm going to explain exactly what you need to do to enable the skin, to make it available without actually explicitly beating the game. This is called the Boss skin. This is basically the skin of Zahn Krieger, the final boss of Unreal Tournament. And there's only one face, Zahn, and only one skin, Boss. And he's basically, I guess you don't know whether he's like a robot or a cyborg or just a human in like cybernetic implantation, or whoever he is. He's meant to be like the most elite fighter in the whole tournament. But you can still do different teams with him, so he can be on red team, blue team, green team, gold team. So that is the Zahn skin, the Boss skin. Now, the 5 I mentioned, Boss, female commando, female soldier, male commando, and male soldier, were the only ones that came with the base Unreal. They came with the base Unreal Tournament. Then with the Game of the Year edition, they added a bunch of these extra ones down here, which sort of are like, you know, just sort of extra skins you can play as for that you might want to do. So first of all, you can play as a Nali, and unlike in Unreal Gold, where Nalis had like less health than human players when you played as a Nali, I'm almost certain that in Unreal Tournament, Nalis have the same height and the same health as standard human players. So it has no like discrimination. If you play as a Nali, it's not like, oh, you get some detriment, or you don't get to play as well. It's basically just like it's an even playing field. So you can be there's 3 skins. There's Ubuda. Oh, sorry, only 2 skins. Ubuda and Priest. So that's basically a normal Nali or a Nali Priest. And you can actually play on a team, and it actually has team Nali colors. You can be red team Nali, blue team Nali, green team Nali, or gold team Nali. If you select your skin to Priest and then you change team, it just gives you the default, the Ubuda skin team. So there's no special Priest team skins. And you actually you have a Nali voice. I'll get to voices in a second. Later on, I'll get to explain how voices work. Next up, you can actually play as what's called a Nali WarCow. Remember in Unreal Gold, those Nali cows? I guess this is sort of a bit like a joke skin. I mean, you can play as it. It's like a perfectly valid thing to play as, but it's kind of funny. But basically, you are now a Nali cow mounted with a weapon. So the skins are Atomic Cow, and WarCow. Do they have teams? Red team, Oh, it just changes the top. Red team, blue team, green team, gold team, and WarCow. Red team, blue team, green team, sorry, and gold team. Okay. And they are a Nali WarCow. Skaarj Hybrid. We've seen these in the team lineup. Like I said, these were introduced to the game in Unreal Tournament Game of the Year edition. So we have... Oh, there are 3 different skins. Okay, that's interesting. I don't think we've seen the Cyborg ones. We have Arena Warrior, you have Berserker, Dominator, and Guardian. This, I believe, corresponds to the Red Claw. We have Pit Fighter with Beetle, Pharaoh, and Skrillex. This corresponds to the Iron Skull. And we've seen their faces. But it seems like there's a 3rd skin called Cyborg Trooper, which are like electronic Skaarj. So their names are Disconnect and Firewall. Interesting. And let's see what they look like with colors actually. So if we select their team, we have red team, blue team, green team, and gold team. And you'll actually notice the logo on their belt changes to the team symbol. So in Unreal Tournament, there are 4 teams: red, blue, green, and gold. And each team actually has a symbol. And these symbols are actually all taken from the original Unreal. So we have, let me just zoom in like this so you can sort of see the symbol. So we have red team. The red team symbol is basically the symbol on Pteridium barrels. Remember those explosive barrels in Unreal? They have this Pteridium symbol. And that Pteridium symbol is red team symbol. Blue team symbol is the Vortex Rikers symbol. That's the Vortex symbol on the Vortex Rikers ship. Green team symbol is the general Skaarj Unreal symbol. This is the U claw, you know. And the gold team symbol is the mercenary symbol, the mercenary team symbol. So yeah, as you see throughout the game, each of the teams have these symbols basically. That is Skaarj Hybrid. Sorry, Arena Warrior. Next, Cyborg Trooper. Also, you can play as red team, blue team, green team, or gold team. And Pit Fighter. You can play as red team, blue team, green team, or gold team. Cool. Okay, next we have, so it's only meant to be just WarBoss and Zaan 2. However, there were some problems with the model, so I downloaded like a patch basically there was a patch for one of the bonus packs to fix some of the models to make them work a bit better. So that's what these extra things are. It doesn't really matter. It's all the same thing, I think. Does this work? Yeah. So we have WarBoss, which is meant to be this weird creature. I don't know what it's meant to be. It's some sort of thing. And we can, there's his face. We can play as red, blue. Blue is the same as the default. Wait a second. Actually, let me see if it's the same as fixed. If we go blue now. Yeah, it is. So we have red, blue, green, and gold. And the default is basically the same as blue. Okay. Then we have Zaan 2. This is basically meant to be a second version of... I don't know what it's meant to be, because I'm pretty sure WarBoss and Zaan 2 are not actually canonical to the Unreal Universe. I'm not entirely sure what they're meant to be. They're just custom skins, you know. I don't think they're meant to really have a point or like a purpose in universe. But basically, I guess it's meant to be Zaan's second skin or something, or second version of Zaan. It kind of looks like the Tony Stark's first Iron Man robot from the first Iron Man movie, you know, the prototype one. But anyway, this is Zaan Mark II, and it can be in red, blue, green, or gold. And those are basically all of the skins. Let me just check what I wrote here. Okay, so now let's show off. So basically with these, do you remember how in Unreal Gold, every player class, every skin had like taunts? You could do these little emotes where you showed off, you know, where they made little gestures and stuff, you know. Unreal Tournament also has that. So let's look at these gestures. But aside from gestures, players also have like vocal taunts. Players can actually, when you play as a player, you can actually say things to other players, like verbally, and give commands to your teammates and stuff. So let me show off that. So first of all, as male soldier, let's go, just go Deathmatch in Oblivion. Auto change levels is off. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And no bots, okay. The reason I picked this map is because there is a mirror down here. I tried really hard to find a map with a mirror, but so few of the maps that come with Unreal Tournament have mirrors. But either way, here is the mirror. So here I am as the male soldier. So in Unreal Gold, there are 3 different gestures you could make. You could do the taunt, like the taunting taunt, the victory taunt, or the wave. In Unreal Tournament, they added a 4th, the pelvic thrust. So here we have pelvic thrust, the taunt, the victory, it's like a yeehaw, and the wave. That's the wave. You can also, if you click the voice menu, you can basically so you can do all these things here. So you can do acknowledge it, you can go, got it. You can say got it, and your little face appears there. So the face of your character appears in the top left.
Roger that. On my way.
So these are the things that bots can say this stuff as well. So when you play with bots, if you give the bot a command like go here, the bot will say on my way or whatever. You can do friendly fire warnings, like to warn people that you're on your, when people on your own team shoot you.
I'm on your team, you idiot.
But these, so far, these 2 are just aesthetic. They don't really do anything gameplay-wise. Orders do things gameplay-wise. Orders are actually things you can command your bots. So I can say defend, and then you can select which bots you're choosing, and then those bots will actually defend your base. Or you can say,
hold this position.
You can stand somewhere and say hold this position, and the bots will stand there. You can say assault the base, tell the bots to attack.
Cover me.
You can tell the bots to cover me. Or you can say
engage according to operational parameters.
Which means like do whatever. Just run around and just do your own thing. There are also tons and tons of taunts. When the bots kill someone, they automatically like shout a taunt. But there's like eat that.
You like that?
You like that?
Sucker. Burn, baby. You suck. Die, bitch. Loser. Yeehaw. Oh yeah.
And we're not even finished, there's even more.
That had to hurt. Dirtbag. My house. Fight me. I'm on fire. Useless. You've been dead. Next. Medic. See ya. Target eliminated. Anyone else want some? Got it. And stay down.
So yeah, that's basically all the things you say when you you can actually turn on auto taunt, so that when you, the player, kill an enemy, your player in the game automatically shouts a taunt. But I don't think I have it on. Let me check. Audio, I think. Auto taunt. Is it auto taunt? Yeah, auto taunt is off. We have others, which are just things you can various things you can say, like.
Base is uncovered.
I think the others don't actually do anything with the bots. They don't have so the only ones that matter with the bots that actually change the bots' behavior are the orders. Others are just things you can say, like in online game or whatever, to basically just to let your teammates know things.
Somebody get our flag back. I've got the flag. I've got your back.
And you can actually bind these to keys. You can actually make it so you press one key on your keyboard, and it says any one of these vocal messages, as opposed to having to open the menu manually and press and go click, press it every time.
I'm hit. Man down. Under heavy attack. You got point. I've got our flag. Gold leader. I'm in position.
Why does it say gold leader? I guess maybe I'm not on gold team, am I? No, I'm on no team. I wonder why by default it says
Gold leader.
but it chooses gold. Interesting. And lastly, you actually can't see it on the recording, I think, because my face is covering the last option. But the last option here says gesture. And you click gesture. This is just another way to do the emotes. So you can do basic taunt, pelvic thrust, victory dance, and wave. Cool. So they're basically the sort of the vocal messages you can send. Now let's look at the next step. If I choose so that was male soldier. If we go to male commando, we can why can't I take this? Okay, let me. So now I am male commando. And let's see his thing. So he has his pelvic thrust, his taunting taunt. So yes, his victory taunt, and his wave. And he has a slightly different voice. So if we listen to him. And he has, and he says, yeah, bitch. So some of them have slightly different things they say.
Yeah, bitch.
I think the other guy said sucker or something here instead of yeah, bitch.
You like that?
And yeah, so the orders and stuff are all the same.
Engage according to
Friendly fire, acknowledge, yeah.
I'm on it.
But the taunts are slightly different.
That was next.
That was nasty.
I just slaughtered that.
So yeah, they say different things.
Sucker. Yeehaw. You suck. Nice. Oh yeah.
So you get the idea.
Loser.
I'm not going to show you all of them, but you understand. What are the others? Is that the same thing? Yeah, it's the same thing, okay. Oh, I didn't even notice these extra ones down here, okay. Sorry, I didn't notice you could scroll down, okay, so... On my way.
Control point secured.
Control point secure. That's used in Domination, actually.
Enemy flag carriers here.
That's used in Capture the Flag. These are different game types, which I'll explain later on in this video.
I need some backup.
Need some backup.
Take him down.
Take him down.
I've got you covered. Objective destroyed.
Cool. Okay. Now let's go female soldier. Basically, when I'm making the map reload, I'm clicking a button on my keyboard that I assigned to basically reconnect to whatever game I'm in. So it basically reconnects to whatever server you're joined as. If you're not joined online, if you're just playing offline, it basically reloads the map you're in. Okay, this was the female soldier. So let's do the pelvic thrust. This is the taunting taunt. The victory taunt. It's like you, I'm gonna kill your neck. Cut your neck open sort of thing. You're dead. And lastly, the wave. And let's see what her things are.
Eat that, sucker. That had to hurt. Try a bigger gun. Duh, bitch. Too easy. You like that? Try turning the safety off. So weak, sucker. Learn how to aim. Dirtbag. My house.
You get the idea. I'm not going to show you every single one, but yeah, those are the sort of taunts that they make. What were the others? Is this still the same stuff? Yeah, that's all the same stuff. Okay. Female Commando. So we have the pelvic. Sorry, wrong one. Pelvic thrust first. Pelvic thrust. The taunting taunt. The victory taunt. And the wave. Oh, and by the way, to actually do these things, the pelvic thrust is H, the taunting taunt is J, the victory taunt is K, and the wave is L. So just click H, J, K, or L on your keyboard to basically do these taunts. Because I actually don't think they're listed under the control menu. If I go into the menu for controls and we look at them here, are they even listed? Oh, here. Oh, sorry. No, they are. They are. Thrust, wave, victory 1, victory 2. Okay, yeah, they are listed. They are listed here. Okay. Cool. And the voices.
Defend the base. Assault the base. Anyone else want some? Die, bitch. Tag, you're it. Yeehaw! And it slaughtered that guy. Squeal, boy, squeal! And stay down. Toasted! Let's rock! Somebody get our flag back!
So yeah, lastly we have, well, I guess not lastly because we're also going to show you the Nali's ones and stuff. So next up we have Boss. Let's try this with the Boss. Here we are as the Boss. Let's see the Boss's pelvic thrust. The taunting taunt. The victory taunt. And the wave. Now, the Boss actually has a bunch of cool taunts. They're totally different to the other players' taunts.
Got it.
And also a cool voice.
Roger. I'm on your team. Hold this position.
But yeah, the taunts, listen to all these taunts.
Bow down.
Because this, you actually only get to hear these taunts in the final match of an Unreal Tournament campaign, where you fight against Zahn.
Die, human. Target life form eliminated. You die too easily. Useless. Fear me. You are inferior. You are obsolete. I am the Alpha and the Omega. Run, human. Step aside. I am superior. Witness my perfection. Boom. My house. Next. Burn, baby. Anyone else want some? That had to hurt. I'm on fire.
Cool. Okay. Next up we have the Nali. Yeah. So basically these different voices are basically chosen by their voice. So when you choose a voice for a character, that's basically how you choose what voices they can make. So if you play as a Nali, so here we still have 4 different gestures, but instead of being taunts, they're more things that Nalis do. So if we do the pelvic thrust, the Nali does the don't hurt me, coup it off thing. If we do the taunting taunt, the Nali does the ooh, let me show you something. Here it is sort of thing. If we do the victory taunt, the Nali prays. Yeah boy. And if we do the wave, the Nali does the Teba, follow me. And if we do voices, if we try to do like sort of some of these things, if we wanted to defend, it has a human voice. But if we want to do things like, but we can do Nali voices, like we can say with our taunts, we can say but these are just going to be human things because it has to actually contain information, you know. But yeah, that's basically the Nali. Next up we have the Nali WarCow. So what I actually don't know what the WarCow's taunts are, other than the gesture. I actually haven't tested this one yet. So if I click the pelvic thrust, the cow does this sort of little bowing thing. If I click the taunting taunt, is that the same thing? I think they're all the same thing. Okay, that's the grading. Okay, so H, the pelvic thrust, is this. J, the taunting taunt, is this, which looks kind of similar. K, the victory taunt, is grazing. And L, the wave, is... what's the wave? Shaking its head. Okay. Interesting. Now what is it? And then of course...
I'm in!
Yeah. You get the idea. What am I doing? Look at my console. It's all of these things I've been saying. Skaarj hybrids. Okay. Oh, listen to my jump. I have a Skaarj sound when I jump. So let's look at it. So the pelvic thrust. That's pretty funny. The taunting taunt? Oh, it's the same one. Wait a second. Is it the same one? The taunting taunt seems to be the same thing. The victory taunt? And the wave. Let's see that wave again. What is he actually doing with his hand? Is he giving a thumbs up? It's giving a thumbs up. That's pretty funny. And he does have a humanoidish voice. Like it's not purely Skaarj shouts. Like he says "got it" with his deep voice. But you know. But in taunt you can actually do some Skaarj shouts. Like see up here. But then he has some normal ones. Cool. And that, I believe, is all the different voices. Because the only voices in the game are male, one, male, and the female voices. We've seen WarBoss, so let's look at the WarBoss's taunts and stuff. Like their gestures. So, pelvic thrust. Taunting taunt. That's pretty funny. Victory taunt. And wave. Yeah, these are pretty well animated taunts. And then the voice is we're just a robot, I believe.
Assault the base.
So it's just gonna be bow down and stuff.
Bow
you know?
down.
Yeah. Okay. And Zahn 2. Pelvic thrust. Let's see that again. Taunting taunt. Oh, it's similar to the war robot thing. Victory taunt. And wave. Cool. So that is it for showing off the physical gestures and the verbal taunts of each of the classes and voices, I believe. Let me just go back to this player. What next? Okay. The next thing I want to talk about is showing off all the weapons in Unreal. So first of all, as you can see, sorry, in Unreal Tournament, I should say. As you can see in Unreal Tournament, you can already see like these are the health packs. They look a bit different to the ones from the normal Unreal. These are the guns. They look a bit different from the ones. They look a bit different to the ones from normal Unreal. But and you can see the HUD as well. Like you see, it shows the guns at the bottom of the screen. So here at the very bottom left, we have the frags. How many people you've killed? It currently says 0 frags. Then at the bottom you have the weapons you picked up. On the right you have the ammo. So I have 30 bullets with my flak cannon. And in the top right I have my my health and my armor. So I have 100 health and no armor. But now I'm gonna show you. So actually, let me just restart the game actually. So when you before a game starts, you can actually fly around and explore it. So before a game starts in Unreal Tournament, you basically just do this whole big fly around thing so that you can sort of get a feel for what the map looks like. You know, you can sort of see see where things are and stuff. And then when you're ready, you click fire and you spawn. Now when you start the map, you actually start with 2 weapons by default. You start with this one, called the Impact Hammer, which is like a melee weapon. And you start with the Enforcer with 30 shots, with 30 bullets. But yeah. So now, I'm just gonna go kill all in inventory to make all the ammo go away. So that now I can show you all of the ammo. So that, when I say kill all inventory, they're basically destroyed. That's basically a cheat code to destroy all the weapons and ammo and items. So now I can show you individually what all the weapons and items look like. So the first weapon, go summon Impact Hammer. This is the Impact Hammer. And basically, this is a melee weapon. Oh yeah, I forgot. Because of the way Annual Tournament works, when you spawn an item, it doesn't disappear. Because when you spawn a weapon, it stays there, and if you spawn a non-weapon item, it just respawns. Because that's the way the game type works. So I forgot. As opposed to the original Unreal, where when you spawn something and you pick it up, it usually just disappears. You know. Anyway, whatever. So this is the Impact Hammer. I mean, I would sort of say it's like the replacement for the Dispersion Pistol in Unreal Tournament, because in the original Unreal, the starting gun you start with is the Dispersion Pistol, whereas in Unreal Tournament, it's the Impact Hammer. So it's sort of like the equivalent, but the Dispersion Pistol is not a melee weapon. It's like a recharging like beam weapon, whereas the Impact Hammer is a melee weapon. So let's look at what it says under here. Under weapons, Impact Hammer. Classification, melee piston. Primary fire. When trigger is held down, touch opponents with this piston to inflict massive damage. Secondary fire. Damages opponents at close range and has the ability to deflect projectiles. Techniques. Shoot at the ground while jumping to jump extra high. Okay. So, if you do primary fire, if you hold it down, it does this sort of thing. And if I were to say summon a Nali, I can go
First blood.
I can kill the Nali. Right click the alternate fire is this, which is not nearly as damaging. Like if I were to summon another Nali. Oh, interesting. The Nali's not making any noises. Maybe the Nali sound files for the actual monster aren't fully properly programmed into Unreal Tournament. But yeah, as you can see, you have to do a lot of shots just to kill a Nali. So each alternate fire does very little damage. What it is good at is deflecting projectiles. So if you actually have like a projectile moving towards you and you do alternate fire, you should be able to knock it back. I don't really know if I can show this. But basically, yeah, if a monster is shooting something at you, you basically can right click and you should knock it back. But to be honest, I suck with the Impact Hammer. I'm really not good at the Impact Hammer. And as the techniques mentioned, you can also hold it down and release it and jump really high. So it does damage you a bit, but yeah, yeah. That's basically it for the Impact Hammer though. Like I said, it's a melee weapon, and I'm not really used to melee weapons because I'm so used to playing the original Unreal and Unreal Gold where there aren't really melee weapons. But I have over the years gotten better at using it. But just in general, I prefer to stand from a distance and shoot with a gun rather than running up close to people and bashing them with melee. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Next item is summon chainsaw. So the next item is the chainsaw. The chainsaw is not actually like part of your Unreal Tournament standard items. So basically, if you play the Unreal Tournament campaign, you actually never ever play with the chainsaw. What the chainsaw is part of a mutator. Mutators are like extra little bonus things that you can they can add on into games to basically change the rules of the game slightly. So with the chainsaw mutator, it basically replaces all impact hammers with chainsaws as your melee weapon. So if I pick up the chainsaw, it's been 5 years since I've seen one of these. So basically, it's a, what does it say for chainsaw? Classification, melee blade. Primary fire. When trigger is held down, the chain covered blade will rev up. Drive this blade into opponents to inflict massive damage. Secondary fire. The revved up blade can be swung horizontally and cause instant decapitation of foes. Techniques. The chainsaw makes a loud and recognizable roar and can be avoided by listening for audio cues. Okay, if we summon Nali again. Primary fire. Secondary fire. Chops off the head. So yeah, like I said, the chainsaw is not really like part of what Unreal Tournament is meant to be. It's more just like, I guess they decided to add it as like a bonus feature and we're like, hey look, if you want to play with a chainsaw instead of an impact hammer, like sort of like Doom rather than Unreal, you can just turn on this mutator. So mutators are kind of like, if you could select practice session, you can turn on, you have a bunch of these mutators, like chainsaw melee there, where you turn them on and it basically changes the game a little bit with like an extra sort of, like an extra little feature that alters the game slightly, you know? And by default, I have the high definition skins mutator on because I want all my games to have the high definition skins. But yeah, that's basically the chainsaw. Next up, we have the Translocator. So if I go summon Translocator, that's this little thing here. Now this is not so much a weapon as it is a tool. It does take up a weapon slot, so it is in weapon slot 1, but it doesn't have ammo per se, and you don't use it to kill people. Rather, it's a teleportation tool. If you've watched my my Unreal asset videos, where I talk about all the assets in Unreal Gold, I actually mentioned that there was actually a prototype of this gun in Unreal Gold. There was a prototype of a Translocator, a teleportation module device in the Unreal Gold betas that they basically brought back in the 227 patch, but was not in the actual release game. So basically, yeah, during development of Unreal, they basically had the idea of having this translocation gun that teleported you, but it didn't make the final cut, so it wasn't in the final game. But in the community-made patches, they did bring it back into the game's code. But anyway, this gun is fully working and part of the game in Unreal Tournament. So left-click Fiery Fire shoots a little module like this, and alternate fire, right-click, teleports you to where that module is. So if I do this, if you step over it, you pick it up again. And I disappear and teleport. In Deathmatch, they don't have Translocator by default, but in other game types like Capture the Flag, they do have Translocator by default. The Translocator is pretty good in Capture the Flag. That allows you to move around the map a lot quicker and access hard to access like inaccessible points a lot more easily. But if you teleport while holding the flag, you do drop the flag. But yeah, you can do this sort of thing. Yeah, you get the idea. Primary fire is shoot a little what do you call it, like not a beacon, but what do you call this thing? I guess you could call it a beacon, like a little module. And alternate fire is teleport to module. Oh, you can also destroy enemy modules. You can also actually shoot enemy modules to break them. And then I think if the player tries to translocate, tries to teleport to a broken module, they just die. You can also telefrag players. Like if I summon a Nali and I try to put the Translocator under where the Nali is, and I teleport there, it will basically what's called telefrag the Nali and kill the Nali as my body displaces his. But it's really hard to kill enemy players or enemy bots with telefragging because players are usually moving around pretty quickly, so it's really hard to, you know, get them. Okay. Next we have the Enforcer. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to show you what it is here for Translocator. Classification. Personal teleportation device. Primary fire. Launches the destination module. Throw the module to the location you would like to teleport to. Secondary fire. Activates the Translocator and teleports the user to the destination module. Techniques. Throw your destination module at another player and then activate a secondary fire, and you will telefrag your opponent. If you press your primary fire when activating a Translocator with a secondary fire, the last weapon you had selected will automatically return once you have Translocator. Yes, if while you're pressing secondary fire, you hold primary fire, it will automatically switch you back to your last weapon. I forgot to say that. Anyway, next gun is the Enforcer. So if we go summon Enforcer, here we have the Enforcer. Now, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Wait a second. Let me do it again. So, summon Enforcer. We pick it up once. Now, the Enforcer is the gun that you start off with. So, at the beginning of each match, you always start off with the Impact Hammer and the Enforcer. The Enforcer is kind of like the replacement for the Automag in Unreal, because it's gun number 2, and because it's a lot like the Automag. Primary fire is bang 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 shoot, and secondary fire is shooting sideways, faster but less accurate. The Enforcer is, like I said, it's your starting weapon, and it's not terrible, but you do kind of want to get a better weapon pretty quickly. The cool thing about Enforcers is that if you kill another player with the Enforcer and they drop it, you very rarely find the Enforcer in the map as an actual pickup weapon. So, I mean, to be honest, same with the Impact Hammer and the Chainsaw and the Translocator. You never ever really find them in the map to pick up. You're given them at the start of the map. But with the Enforcer, it's not really given. It's not really in the map as a weapon to pick up. But if you kill another player with the Enforcer and you pick up their Enforcer, you actually it says you picked up another Enforcer, and you have dual wielding Enforcers. And so now, if you shoot, you basically shoot twice as fast. Primary fire and alternate fire. So still less accurate with alternate fire, but it's basically like holding double guns where you shoot twice as fast. Enforcer. Classification. Light pistol. Primary fire. Accurate but slow firing insta-hit. Secondary fire. Sideways or gangster firing mode. Shoots twice as fast and half as accurate as the primary fire. Techniques. Collect 2 for twice the damage. And similarly, double Enforcers, it says exactly the same thing. Kill all the inventory. Oh, sorry, no. Before I do that, the ammo for the Enforcer is called E-Clip. So if I go summon E-Clip, it summons this thing, which is the ammo for the Enforcer. And now I can go kill all the inventory. Next up, we have the UT BioRifle. This is basically the equivalent of the GES BioRifle, but for Unreal Tournament. So you pick it up, and it is, unlike in Unreal, where it was gun number 8, in Unreal Tournament it's actually gun number 3. And we can find its ammo as well. The ammo is called Bio Ammo. And here is some bio ammo. You picked up some bio sludge ammo. So yeah, primary fire shoots globs, just like the same as the original Unreal. They explode and do damage. Secondary fire, you hold it down and the gun loads up and you shoot one big glob, but this time in Unreal Tournament, when it lands, it actually explodes into a bunch of little globs, so it's actually a lot more effective than, and of course the stuff respawns. So it's a lot more effective than in the original Unreal. In the original Unreal, when you shot the alternate fire, the secondary fire, it was just one big glob that stayed there for a longer time before exploding. Whereas in Unreal Tournament, it's an exploding glob that explodes into a bunch of globlets, you know, so it does more widespread damage, really good for spreading them all over the floor, you know, spraying them all over the floor, so that when your enemies run over them, they will get absolutely, you know, sludged. And let's see what the thing has to say. Classification: Toxic Rifle. Primary fire. Wads of Pteridium byproduct are lobbed at a medium fire rate. Wads of Pteridium byproduct are lobbed at a medium rate of fire. Secondary fire. When trigger is held down, the BioRifle will create a much larger wad of byproduct. When this wad is launched, it will burst into smaller wads. Which will adhere to any surfaces. If the projectile hits another player, or the user is hit instead, it can kill them immediately. Techniques. Byproducts adhere to walls, floors, or ceilings. Chain reactions can be caused by covering entryways with this lethal green waste. Okay, cool. Next up, we have the shock rifle. You got the ASMD shock rifle. The shock rifle is basically the Unreal Tournament equivalent of the ASMD. So, yeah, it looks a bit different, but it has the same basic mechanic. So, left click, primary fire, shoots a insta-hit beam. Alternate fire shoots a big, powerful energy ball. And if you hit the alternate fire with the primary fire, it creates a big super explosion and uses 9 ammo, so uses 5 ammo all at once. So yeah, very good for if we go summon Nali here. And the ammo is called Summon Shock. This is what shock cores look like. Pick one up, gives us 10 ammo. That's basically the shock rifle. Or it's the ASMD shock rifle, but people just call it the shock rifle. See, where is it? Shock rifle. Classification: Energy rifle. Primary fire: instant hit laser beam. Secondary fire: large slow moving plasma balls. Techniques: hitting the secondary fire plasma balls with the regular fire laser beam will cause an immensely powerful explosion. Cool. And of course, like I mentioned, the shock rifle is a replacement of the ASMD in the original Unreal. Inventory. Okay, next up we have the pulse gun. Summon pulse. This is a bit of a new one for Unreal Tournament. Basically, primary fire shoots a series of these sort of like green energy balls. And alternate fire shoots this sort of big long green energy beam. So you basically fire. The beam only has limited range though. It doesn't extend forever, it only extends a limited range, but yeah, it's this beam that basically does a lot of damage. and monsters, or players I should say, players in the beam sort of get a bit stuck, they get a bit stun locked and they can't really move that well. But yeah, the ammo for the pulse gun is called Summon P ammo, and it's these little packs. Pulse cells, as it calls them. But yeah, technically, I guess the pulse gun sort of replaces the Stinger from the original Unreal, because Unreal Tournament doesn't have an equivalent of the Stinger, but it does have a pulse gun, and the pulse gun is sort of the replacement for the Stinger in terms of like the weapon lineup in Unreal Tournament. Okay, cool. And let's see what this says. Pulse gun. Classification: Plasma rifle. Primary fire: medium-sized, fast-moving plasma balls are fired at a fast rate of fire. Secondary fire: a bolt of green lightning is expelled for 100 meters, which will shock all opponents. Techniques: firing and keeping the secondary fire's lightning on an opponent will melt them in seconds. Firing and keeping the secondary fire's lightning on an opponent will melt them in seconds. Okay, cool. Okay, next up we have the Ripper. Summon Ripper. This is called the Ripper, and as you can clearly see, it's a replacement or it's an equivalent of the original Unreal's Razorjack. So primary fire shoots this spinning disc, which jumps all over the place and can chop people's heads off or do serious damage. But alternate fire is different to the original Unreal. Alternate fire shoots a disc that basically explodes on impact. And the ammo is called Blade Hopper. Blade Hopper. You picked up some razor blades. Oh, whoop. That was stupid of me. I'm on 1 health. Let me just kill myself. So yeah, that's basically the Razorjack. Oh, the Ripper, I should say. Ripper. Classification: ballistic blade launcher. Primary fire: razor sharp titanium discs are launched at a medium rate of speed. Shots will ricochet off any surfaces. Secondary fire: explosive discs are launched at a slow rate of fire. Techniques: aim for the necks of your opponents. Secondary fire can launch opponents in the air. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, interesting. Okay, next up is Summon Minigun 2. As you can tell by the name, this is Unreal Tournament equivalent of the Minigun. And I should mention, just like in Unreal Gold, or just like in the original Unreal, the Minigun and the Enforcer actually share the same ammo. So like ammo, when you pick up ammo for the Minigun, that also gives you ammo for the Enforcer. So here we have the Minigun. Primary fire shoots it at a reasonable rate of speed. Secondary fire shoots it less accurately but at a faster rate of speed. And now we're out of ammo. The ammo for this is called Mini Ammo. This is the Minigun ammo. But as you can see, if we were to summon the E-clip for the Enforcer, it would also actually give us 20 clips of ammo. So yeah, alternate fire is faster but less accurate. And as you can see, you can actually see the amount of ammo on the gun, like on the actual model of the gun, which is pretty cool. Classification: Gatling gun. Primary fire: bullets are sprayed force at medium to fast rate of fire and good accuracy. Secondary fire: minigun fires twice as fast and is half as accurate. Techniques: Secondary fire is much more useful at close range, but can eat up tons of ammunition. Okay, interesting. Kilo inventory. Next up, we have summon UT_Flak cannon. As you can see, these weapons are very inconsistently named. Some of them are called like Minigun 2, because like the original Unreal was a Minigun 1, so this is a Minigun 2. Some of them are called UT Flak cannon, UT this, UT that. Others are just called a name like Shock Rifle or Ripper or whatever. Anyway, UT Flak cannon. This is the Unreal Tournament equivalent of course, the Flak cannon. You got the Flak cannon. It's basically very similar to the original Unreal. Primary fire shoots a whole lot of flak, a whole lot of this explosive metal. Oh, not explosive metal, but like bits of metal shrapnel in a spread. And alternate fire lobs a sort of grenade of explosive metal shrapnel that explodes in a big explosion. Also, the rate of fire of the Unreal Tournament Flak cannon is a lot faster than the Unreal Gold Flak cannon. See? You can shoot a lot faster. The ammo is called... There's actually two types of ammo. There's Flak ammo, which is this thing, which is the main sort of ammo you'll pick up, which gives you 10 flak shells. But there's also summon Flak shell ammo. Did that not work? Okay. Sorry, I had written down that it does work. Maybe. Interesting. Maybe that. Okay. Let me just try that one more time. I actually had written down the website that I got these commands from told me that you could actually summon like a individual flak, just like in the original Unreal. You could summon like a box of flak ammo, or an individual single flak shell that you can pick up. Similarly, I thought in Unreal Tournament you could get the box of flak ammo or the individual flak shell. Flak shell ammo. No? Okay, never mind then. But yeah, let's see what this says. Classification. Heavy shrapnel. Primary fire. White hot chunks of scrap metal are sprayed forth, shotgun style. Secondary fire. A grenade full of shrapnel is lobbed at the enemy. The grenade can hurt you if you're close in its splash. The grenade can hurt you if you're in its splash range. Techniques. The Flak cannon is far more useful in close range combat situations. So yeah, the Flak cannon is kind of the Unreal's answer to the shotgun. The Unreal doesn't really have a shotgun except for like, well, in the original Unreal, the quad shot was a weapon they were sort of developing in alpha and beta, but it didn't make it into the final game. And the quad shot was going to be like the shotgun, but they sort of changed their mind and instead of having an actual shotgun, used the Flak cannon. So in the Unreal series, the Flak cannon is kind of the equivalent of the shotgun, but it's not really a true shotgun. It sprays shrapnel, so it's like its own twist on a shotgun. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, next up, summon UT 8-ball. Interestingly here, it has 8 holes instead of 6. But this is the Unreal Tournament equivalent of the 8-ball, but it's not called the 8-ball though, it's just called the rocket launcher. And if I summon rocket pack to get the ammo, get some ammo for the rocket launcher, you picked up a rocket pack. So it's very similar to the 8-ball from the original Unreal. Left click or primary fire, shoots a rocket. Alternate fire, shoots a grenade. If you hold down primary fire, you load up multiple rockets that shoot in a line. If you hold down alternate fire, you load up multiple rockets that multiple grenades. So if you hold down primary fire, you shoot multiple rockets that shoot in a line. If you hold down alternate fire, you load up multiple grenades that will shoot at once. And if you hold alternate fire, and then, so if you hold primary fire, and then, if you click primary fire, let me start again, I'm confusing myself. Primary fire once shoots a rocket. Alternate fire once shoots a grenade. Holding down primary fire loads up to 6 rockets that shoot in a line. Holding down alternate fire loads up to 6 grenades that all launch. Holding down primary fire and then holding down alternate fire while you're holding down primary fire launches the rockets in a circular formation. So basically the same as in the original Unreal. Also, the rocket launcher can lock on. If I go summon a Nali, if I'm looking at this Nali, I get this lock on thing. So it's like heat seeking. Okay. Rocket launcher. Classification. Heavy ballistic. Primary fire. Slow moving but deadly rockets are fired at opponents. Trigger can be held down to load up to 6 rockets at a time, which can be fired at once. Secondary fire. Grenades are lobbed from the barrel. Secondary trigger can be held as well to load up 6 grenades. Techniques. Keep this weapon pointed at an opponent. Keeping this weapon pointed at an opponent will cause it to lock on while the gun is locked. While the gun is locked, the next rocket fired will be a homing rocket. Because the rocket launcher can load up to multiple rockets, it fires when you release the fire button. If you prefer, it can be configured to fire a rocket as soon as you press down the fire button at the expense of multiple rocket load up feature. This is set in the input options menu. So yes, you can change the setting in the menu to make it so that when you hold down fire, instead of loading multiple rockets, it just constantly fires single rockets again and again and again. But then you can't actually do the whole multiple rocket thing. Okay. Next up, we have the sniper rifle. Summon sniper rifle. This is the equivalent of the rifle from Unreal, but for Unreal Tournament. So, primary fire shoots a shot, and alternate fire allows you to zoom in. Hold down alternate fire to zoom in further. And it's got a little scope on here, and yeah, you basically can now, do headshots and stuff. Oh, he does have noises. I can hear him now. I can hear the Nali now. For some reason, I don't know why, before I couldn't hear the Nali's noises that clearly. Maybe the music was too loud or something. But yeah. Sniper rifle, pretty simple. And this ammo is summon bullet box. Gives a little bit of sniper ammo. It's got 8 rounds. Oh, sorry, 10 rounds. No, I guess it has 10 rounds now retirement. Okay. But you can also, I hope this one will work. You can go summon rifle shell, and it will summon a single rifle bullet, a single shell. That just gives you 1 ammo, 1 rifle round. I'm just checking to make sure that I didn't miss any guns. Okay. And the sniper rifle, let's read it. Weapon description. Classification. Long range ballistic. Regular fire. Fires a high powered bullet. Can kill instantly when applied to the cranium of opposing forces. Secondary fire. Zooms the rifle in up to 8 times normal vision. Allows for extreme precision from hundreds of yards away. Techniques. Great for long distance headshots. Now we come to the 2 super weapons of Unreal. So if I go kill all inventory. The first of these is called the Redeemer, although the summon command is not a Redeemer. The summon command is called the Warhead Launcher. This big bad boy. But in game, when you pick it up, it says you got the Redeemer. So the Redeemer is basically like a thermonuclear device. It's not like a normal gun. You can find it in some maps, but it's like very rare, and it only has one bullet in it. So basically, yeah, it's kind of like a once-off super weapon that you can use in maps to kill a whole bunch of people. Primary fire shoots this big nuclear warhead that creates this big, huge explosion. We're gonna wait for it to respawn. Actually, does it respawn? I'll summon another one, wait a second. So, just to show you how big this explosion is. That killed me, and you know how far away I was standing. So it's a big explosion. Alternate fire allows you to control the missiles. If you click alternate fire, you actually can like you can control it and target it around. You can also click primary fire while it's flying to detonate it prematurely. So I can go primary fire, detonate. So yeah, very powerful gun. Technically it does have an ammo source, but this ammo was never meant to be actually put in the game. It's actually invisible. If I go summon, so let me pick this up. If I go summon warhead ammo, then look at my ammo in the bottom right. There's nothing. It looks like nothing appears. It looks like it's invisible. But if I step over it, it says you picked up some ammo. Oh, does it not give me ammo? I thought it did give me ammo. Hey, wait a second. Weird. Now I have up to. Okay, it doesn't actually give me ammo then. But it's still an item. So it's an item that exists in the game's code that you can summon, but it's invisible and it doesn't seem to actually do anything. And yeah, you can hold up to a maximum of 2 Redeemer shots. Let's see what this says about the Redeemer. Redeemer. Classification. Thermonuclear device. Primary fire. Launches a huge yet slow-moving missile that upon striking a solid surface would explode and send out a gigantic shockwave, instantly pulverizing anyone or anything within its colossal radius, including yourself. Secondary fire. Take control of the missile and fly it anywhere. You can press the primary fire button to explode the missile early. Techniques. Remember that while this missile is being piloted, you are a sitting duck. If an opponent manages to hit your incoming Redeemer missile while it's in the air, the missile will explode harmlessly. So yeah, while you're controlling the Redeemer, if an enemy kills you, because you're just sitting there doing nothing, if an enemy happens to run up to you and kill you, you die and your Redeemer fails. Similarly, if an enemy shoots down your Redeemer fails. So someone can actually shoot it down and it won't work properly. Next up is a weapon called the Enhanced Shock Rifle. Sorry, I probably should say, the Redeemer has no equivalent in Unreal. In the original Unreal, there are no super weapons, there's just the 10 normal weapons. So the Redeemer is like, even though it occupies slot 0 in the weapon slots, the Redeemer basically, yeah, it has no equivalent in the original Unreal. The next thing is called the Enhanced Shock Rifle. This is an interesting sort of gun. So the Enhanced Shock Rifle, if I go summon Super Shock Rifle, it looks like a normal ASMD Shock Rifle, except it's red. And it says, you got the Enhanced Shock Rifle. If I shoot, note that it does not use up ammo. I can shoot to my heart's content, and no bullets disappear. Also, primary fire and alternate fire do the exact same thing. Okay. So this gun is basically sort of like a continuation of the damage amplifier from Unreal Gold, but not completely. There are actually two distinct separate items, or two distinct separate things in Unreal Tournament, which could be said to be the continuation of the damage amplifier. One of them I'll get to later when I talk about items, but the other is this gun here. This gun is basically like, so in the original Unreal, in Unreal Gold, when you have the damage amplifier while using an ASMD, the ASMD shots become red instead of blue. And this was sort of, this is the inspiration for this gun, the Enhanced Shock Rifle. It looks like an ASMD except it's red instead of blue, and when you shoot an enemy, it instantly kills them. So it's an instant kill. So if I go summon, Nali, instant death. This gun does not appear in the normal Unreal Tournament ladder or anything. Once again, like the chainsaw, it actually appears as part of a mutator. So if you choose the mutator InstaGib, as you can see at the bottom, it says all weapons and items are removed from the map, and players have only an Enhanced Shock Rifle with infinite ammo. So what InstaGib does is it basically gets rid of all weapons and items from the map, and all players are just equipped with this instant killing gun. So it makes it, you run around the map, all players just run around the map and can instantly kill each other instantly. So it's a different sort of game type. You don't have to worry about your ammo, you don't have to worry about health. It's just like one shot kills to everyone, you know? So it's used, so the Enhanced Shock Rifle exists primarily for that game type. It's not really meant to be a weapon that you pick up in its own right. It does, however, have its own weapon class programmed into the game. If I go summon Super Shock 4, this stuff, it's blue instead of red, and if I pick it up, it does give me ammo for my Enhanced Shock Rifle, even though my Enhanced Shock Rifle doesn't even use ammo. So yeah, it's just a remnant of when they were gonna make ammo for it, but in the end they decided not to make ammo for it, and that Super Shock ammo item, Super Shock core item, even though it's in the game's code, it never actually appears in-game. Okay. Let me reload. Now let's take a look at some of the items as opposed to the weapons. So, the first item are these guys, these health packs. If I damage myself a little bit, let me go. If I go summon med box, it will create one of these health packs. You've picked up a health pack plus 20. Gives me back 20 health, just like the health from the original Unreal, except it looks different. It's blue instead of red. So that basically gives me health up to 100. There are also things called health vials. These are a bit like bandages from the original Unreal, in the sense that they give you 5 health, except they carry you above 100. So if I were to go, I shouldn't have done that actually. Let me respawn. If I go summon health vial, it creates this little thing. If I pick it up, it says you picked up a health vial plus 5, so it gives me 5 health. But I can keep picking them up to go over 100. It's meant to be like some sort of like magic potion or something. I guess made out of the same liquid that the super health from Unreal Gold uses or something. So to a maximum of 199. And then there is the big super health equivalent, which is called, if I go summon health pack, this thing called the big keg of health. This is your big super health. If you pick it up, it says you picked up the big keg of health plus 100. It gives you 100 extra health to a maximum of 199. Next we have armor. So we can go summon armor. The first one's called Armor 2. This is the normal Unreal Tournament armor. It's the equivalent of just the assault vest from the original Unreal. And when you pick it up, it says you got the body armor, and it gives you 100 armor. We also have summon thigh pads. Is that what? Sorry, not tight pads. Thigh pads. This creates these little thigh pads. These give you an extra 50 armor. You got the thigh pad, 50 armor. So the body armor and the assault vest together give you 150 armor in total. And those are like the two normal sets of armor in the game. You also have the shield belt. I'm just going to damage myself a bit. Sorry. You also have the shield belt. So I should say the thigh pads correspond to, I guess, the Kevlar suit or the anti-toxin suit, or just the suits from the original Unreal. But you don't get the suits in Unreal Tournament. There's just the body armor and the thigh pads. Now, as I said, there's also a shield belt in Unreal Tournament, but the shield belt, it sort of overrides your current armor. So the shield belt, if I were to go summon UT_shield belt, this is the Unreal Tournament shield belt. If you pick it up, it just gives you 150 armor, and it overrides your current armor. So even if you have assault vest, even if you have body armor and thigh pads, it doesn't matter. They disappear, and they're absolutely replaced with the shield belt. And also, the shield belt effect on a player is different to in the original Unreal. The sort of golden player effect is the shiny effect looks different. Oh, and if you're on a team, if you're playing as like red team or blue team or green team or gold team, your shield belt color would actually be of the team that you're playing at. So you'll be a shiny red or a shiny blue or a shiny green or whatever, rather than just a generic shiny gold. So that's the shield belt. That's the equivalent of the shield belt from the original Unreal. Okay. What else? So I mentioned that the amplifier from the original Unreal has two descendants in Unreal Tournament. One of them is the enhanced shock rifle, which is like the shock rifle with an amplifier, and the other is an item called the double damage. So if I go summon U damage, we have this a shiny golden U. What this does, if you pick it up, is it basically makes all weapons twice as powerful for a limited amount of time. So if I pick it up, you got the damage amplifier. My guns are now shining purple, and if I shoot, there's like now this new bang 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 shot. Like the sound of me shooting is different. And all of my guns, every single gun, if I pick up this ASMD, for a limited amount of time, so it doesn't matter how many shots you actually now I'm not sure. I'm not actually 100% sure whether shooting drains the amplifier or whether just having it, whether it's purely over time or whether shots actually drain it as well. I think it might actually be shots as well, but either way, the idea is you shoot with this amplifier and over time it drains, and then yeah, after either an amount of time or after an amount of shots or both, it runs out, and then your gun goes back to normal. So it's like a limited time double powered gun item. And I guess, like I said, it's also the equivalent of the damage amplifier in Unreal. But in the original Unreal, the damage amplifier the damage amplifier in the original Unreal only amplified the dispersion pistol and the ASMD. Because like thematically in the game, based like storyline wise, it only made sense that it would amplify energy weapons. Like how does it work on an automag? How does it make your automag twice as powerful? Whereas in Unreal Tournament, it's no longer meant to be like this big car battery type of object. Instead, it's just this magical floating U object. So it can do whatever. Sorry. What does it say at the bottom? Damage amplifier. Yeah, damage amplifier. Okay, cool. I picked it up again, whoops. Let me just... There it is. Okay. Next we have the... Summon UT Invisibility. This is the Unreal Tournament equivalent of the Invisibility from the original Unreal. But instead of making you fully invisible, it just makes you semi-invisible. You see how if I look at me, you see how you can still see like a faint outline of my player, like in like, you see what I mean? This sort of like this whitish, transparentish outline. So it doesn't make you fully invisible. Once again, like the damage amplifier, it lasts for a limited amount of time. You walk around invisible, people can't see you or can barely see you, and then after a while it runs out and you go back to normal. I'm waiting for it to wear off. Invisibility has worn off. Okay, my invisibility is gone. Okay, next up we have jump boots. So just like Unreal Gold has jump boots, Unreal Tournament also has jump boots, but they're not common. They're used occasionally in a couple of maps, but they're not commonly found. If I go UT jump boots, here we go. And if I pick them up, it says you picked up the AntiGrav Boots. Once again, just like in Unreal, they have 3 charges, and if you don't use them, they run out by themselves. Let me just hear one run out by itself. At least I think they run out by themselves, if I don't use them. Do they? Maybe they don't actually. Okay, maybe they don't. So if I jump really high. But also, if you look at my actual, the little avatar of me in the top right of the screen, you can actually see when I pick up the jump boots, I have like boots, like everybody has little boots in their feet. See? The boots activate. But yeah, so it's basically just like some maps have these jump boots. They give you 3 jumps to jump super high, and after 3 jumps they run out and you go back to normal. So it's just more to jump around and avoid players rather than to be in. I guess they can also be used to access secrets, I guess, just like in the original Unreal. You know, sometimes a secret might be in some secret spot up there and you need to access it, and the jump boots will get you there. Last item, or the last normal item I'm going to talk about, is the SCUBA Gear. Now the SCUBA Gear, unlike all these other items, like the jump boots and the invisibility, were all remade for Unreal Tournament. They're all, even though there's like a version of them in Unreal Gold, they were all remade and redesigned for Unreal Tournament. But there is one item that is literally carried over from Unreal into Unreal Tournament with no change, and that is the SCUBA Gear. Basically, the SCUBA Gear is very, very rarely appears in Unreal Tournament, but there are some maps where you have to swim for a long time underwater, and in these maps they do give you a SCUBA Gear. So if I go summon unreally.scuba gear, we have this SCUBA Gear, and if you pick it up, you start to breathe it. Now one thing you'll notice in Unreal Tournament is that all items auto-activate. There is no key to select an item, there is no key to activate an item. So unlike in Unreal Gold, we could like go through your list of items, say, oh, I want to pick this item and activate this item. In Unreal Tournament, there's none of that. there's no item menu. All items are simply you step on them and they just automatically activate until they run out. So the SCUBA Gear, you pick it up and it just activates until it runs out. But it's useful for these maps where you have to do long swims underwater. To be honest, I can only think of 2 maps in all of Unreal Tournament that have this SCUBA Gear. Maybe there are some more, but like I said, it's not commonly used. Okay, that is it for the normal items. But now I want to talk about one more set of items called Relics. Let me just reload. So Relics are a special item that came. Well, first of all, they come as a mutator, so they don't appear normally in Unreal Tournament. Rather, you can activate Relics as part of a mutator, and they didn't come with the base game. Relics only came as part of the Game of the Year edition. So what Relics are is when you turn Relics on, they basically create. I'll show you what they do. So if I were to turn Relics on, so let me activate all these Relics. It basically randomly spawns these little items around the map. That's the Relic of Regeneration, that's the Relic of Strength, that's the Relic of Defense. The reason why there are so many is because this map is so small. For bigger maps, they're much more spread apart. But basically, it summons these items in the map, and you can pick them up, and when you pick them up, they have some sort of effect on you. And Relics, there actually is a key on the keyboard you can use to throw the Relics. So there is a way to get rid of Relics, so you can pick up another one. Because you can only hold one Relic at a time. And the Relics just sort of give you these like little once-off bonus effects. Not once-off, sorry, I shouldn't say once-off. They sort of give you, the Relics sort of give you a little bonus effect that lasts either until you throw the Relic to pick up another one, or until you die. Once you die, the Relic goes away. But also, if you don't pick up a Relic in like half a minute, the Relic will disappear and spawn somewhere else on the map. So they're constantly like unspawning and respawning other places. So you constantly can find Relics in different places and stuff. But yes, these are technically items, and you can summon them manually. Although I highly recommend you don't, because when you summon Relics manually, you kind of can't throw them, and they're kind of a bit buggy because they're not really designed to be summoned manually. They're only really designed to come into the game through mutators, like through the use of mutators. So I'm going to summon them each manually so you can see what they do. But like I said, be warned, summoning them manually, you can't actually throw them, and it's a bit buggy. But anyway, let me reload. Oh wait, that won't work because I still have Relics enabled. So I go mutators and I unenable all these Relics. So the first Relic is called the Relic of Death. So Relic, summon Relics, Relic, Death, Inventory. It looks like this floating skull. And basically what it does is, while you have the Relic of Death, it doesn't do anything while you're alive, but it makes it so that when you die, there's a big Redeemer explosion that kills all the players around you. So if I summon Nali, basically now, if I kill myself, then there's a big huge explosion where I died. A big floating skull appears where I died, a big floating skull, and then it explodes in this huge explosion as if someone shot a Redeemer there, and it kills everyone around me. So it's a way of getting like revenge on people. If someone kills you in a deathmatch or whatever, you basically can kill them back from beyond the grave. And the item is called Relic Death, but when you pick it up, it says Relic of Vengeance. So it's a Relic of Vengeance. Next up we have Relic of Defense. Summon Relics. Relic Defense Inventory. This one looks like a horned helmet. Basically what this does is when you have the Relic of Defense, it makes it so that you are twice as resistant to all shots. So if someone shoots you, or if you shoot yourself, you take half as much damage. So as you can see, your damage is mitigated. Your damage is mitigated. Oh, interesting. When you die, you drop it when it's an inventory item. I think actually that's not meant to happen. I think when it's a relic, as a relic, when you die, it just respawns somewhere else in the map. But I guess as an inventory item that I summoned, when I die, I drop it. Interesting. That's an interesting difference in how it works. Okay, interesting. Next up, we have the Relic of Redemption. Summon Relics. Got Relic Redemption inventory. It looks like this floating eye with spikes. What it basically does is it gives you a second chance at life. If you die, instead of actually dying, it just respawns you back somewhere else in the map with 100 health, but with all your items. So if I pick up this, see, so I was gonna die, but instead of dying, I just respawned somewhere else. Let me try that again. So I took damage, and now I take damage, but I didn't die. I just respawned somewhere, and that uses up my Relic of Redemption. That kind of like gives me, like I said, gives me a second chance. Next up, we have Summon Relic. Start Relic Regen Inventory. This one looks like a floating plus sign, and it basically makes your health regenerate. So now if you look at my health regenerates by itself all the way up to, let's see, I think it's up to 199, but I'm not sure. So basically it just makes my health automatically regenerate. Oh, only up to 150? Oh, interesting. Only up to 150, so it doesn't take you past 150. So you can still get a big keg of health and the health vials, and that will still give you more than 150. But the regeneration takes you to 150. Okay, interesting. That still killed me. I thought that wouldn't do that much damage to me. And see, it makes that noise. But yeah, you get the idea. Last up, we have Summon Relics. Relic Strength Inventory. This is the Relic of Strength, and it basically just acts like the damage amplifier, but permanently. You pick it up, it makes your guns a lot more powerful, basically. So it's basically just, it doubles up with the damage amplifier. But so yeah, but it doesn't make a weird purple noise, and it doesn't have a time limit. It just lasts forever until you're killed, and your guns are just twice or multiple times. I'm not entirely sure of the multiplier, but your guns are more powerful. So yeah, you get the idea. Does a lot more damage. Why can't I kill myself? Okay. So that was all the relics and all the items and all the weapons and all of that good stuff. Now I'm going to talk a bit about the game types, the actual types of games you can play in Unreal Tournament, I should say. So if I go game, and if I go start Unreal Tournament here, this is how you actually start the actual proper single player campaign, the actual proper tournament ladder. But if I go start practice session, this has just allowed me to basically just pick any map I want, any game type I want, and basically just, do whatever I want, just like a game for fun, offline that is. I'd have to go to multiplayer if I wanted to do a game online. But this is just an offline game against bots of whatever I want with whatever rules I want for fun. So, the first thing is it says category. This is always Unreal Tournament. I don't know whether they plan to make more categories. I don't actually know if any fan-made mods make more categories. I'm not entirely sure, but for all I know is that this is just always Unreal Tournament. Then you have these game types. These are the different game types you can play as. Under each game type, you choose which map you want to play as. You can pick the map list. This is like if you want your maps to automatically cycle. So if you want when your game ends, it will automatically take you to a new map. And you can turn on your mutators. So like a bit of some like extra settings for like things you might want on or off in your game to change it up a bit. And you can turn on auto change levels. You can do rules. Okay, let me just do this first. You can do rules. Rules basically tells you how many points you need to win, or time limit how long your game lasts. Weapon stay. If weapon stay is on, that means that when you pick up a weapon, it stays there. It doesn't disappear to respawn later. So basically, when you play the single player campaign of Unreal Tournament, weapon stay is always on. So I like to just turn weapon stay on by default because it's kind of weapon stay is kind of how I think of Unreal Tournament. You know, when you pick up a weapon, it stays there. That's how I prefer to play. As opposed to picking up a weapon and it disappearing, and then you have to wait for it to respawn again before you can pick it up again. So weapon stay is on. Tournament, what does tournament say? If checked, each player must indicate they are ready by clicking their fire button before match begins. Tournament is more something for online play. It's just like making it so that you have to wait for everyone to be ready, rather than starting the match immediately. Settings, you can choose the game style. Unreal Tournament is usually on hardcore. The game speed, how fast the speed of the game is, and the air control, how much control you have in the air, and the Translocator, whether the game will have the Translocator on or not. Lastly, bots, you can choose how tough the bots are. There's Novice, they won't hurt you much. Average, they know how to kill. Experienced, don't get cocky. Skilled, you think you're tough. Adept, you better be good. Masterful, I hope you like to respawn. Inhuman, you're already dead. And godlike, I am the alpha and the omega. When I play my single player campaign, I think I'll play it on Masterful. I think Masterful is more or less the level I am, but I'm not 100% sure. I probably need to test some stuff by myself to sort of work out exactly what level I am before I start the single player campaign. Either way, let me just put it on average for now. So yeah, and then if you put in some bots, you can of course, 16, you can configure them. So you can change their name, their team color, their class, their skin, their face, their skill, their voice, their favorite weapon, their accuracy, their alertness, their camping, their spacing, their combat styles, different combat styles, whether they're jumpy. So all these specialized settings you can configure, and you can basically make the bots exactly the way you want. But I am going to keep the default bots with their default skills and default skins. So we have some default bots here, which these are going to be the ones that I play bot matches against when I play practice sessions, as opposed to, so when I play practice sessions against people, I'll play basically against these default bots rather than rather than any custom made ones, or rather than the ones that appear in the Unreal Tournament ladder. So yeah, you get the idea. Random order makes it so that it just randomly picks 16 or 4 or however many from all 32 bots, rather than picking only the first 4 or whatever. And auto adjust skill means whether the bots change their skill to adjust mine, the players. Okay, so game types. The first type is called a tournament deathmatch. This is basically just like deathmatch. So basically, let me make this one bot. Let me let me put this on Masterful. I'll put this on Masterful. So this is basically you fight against a number of bots, and it's a free-for-all. Deathmatch is free-for-all, so there are no teams. You're all trying to kill each other. Every time you kill some player, you get a point called a frag. Every time you kill yourself, you lose a frag. And basically, the player who first gets a certain number of frags wins. So here, the player who first gets 30 frags wins. So if I can start it here. The player is Chris. I killed Chris. And now I have 1 point. See in the bottom left it says 1. I killed Chris again. Okay. Not too bad. So yeah, as you can see, now I have 2 points and she has 0. So the game tells me how many points I have and how many times I've died. So you get the idea. This is just deathmatch. Oops, I didn't mean to do that, but okay. We also have there's also some things which are a bit like deathmatch but a bit different. One of these is called tournament team game. This is basically like a team deathmatch. So in tournament team game, you basically there's an extra feature which says how many teams you want. So basically, you now play. There are up to 4 different teams, and it's basically like you instead of fighting alone, you fight for your team. So if you have 4 teams. And you play with, say, 16 bots, and let's choose, say, 15 bots to say. And let's choose a bigger map, like, how many players? This will be big enough. So, team game, 4 teams, 30 points, so it's still up to, so now, it's like we have to get 30 points as a team, you know? Weapon stay, okay? And you can choose whether the bots balance the team, so whether it puts equal amount of bots on equal teams. You are on red, it says. So now there's red team, blue team, green team, and gold team. As you can see with the logos on the right. Oh, someone telefragged me. So I'm on red, so this guy's on my red team. Oh, and now I can say, I can actually say, open this menu, I can say orders, cover me. All. And now I'm telling my team members to cut. So it says under my team it says orders supporting player. I'm actually telling my team members to follow me so I can give orders to my team.
Cover me, you've been dead. I'm under heavy attack. Got it. Red leader.
So now, as you can see, on the bottom left, it says my frags are 3. So I have killed 3 people. But my team's frags on the right, because I'm part of red team, my team's frags are 8. So my team has actually killed 8 players altogether. So red team has 8, the green team has 4, blue team has 9, gold team has 7. And yeah, as you can see on the right with the team logos, you can see how many frags each team has. Okay. Also, you might notice, my HUD is actually now red. So, because I'm on red team, my HUD is all red. If I were on blue team, my HUD would be blue. If I were on green team, my HUD would be green, and so on. Next up, we have Last Man Standing. Last Man Standing. Let's go back to what was it? What was Oblivion? That's right. Last Man Standing is sort of like Deathmatch, but it's based on kills rather than... Sorry, it's based on deaths rather than kills. So in Deathmatch, you get a point every time you kill someone, and it's first person to like 10 points or 30 points or whatever. In Last Man Standing, every player has a limited number of lives, and it's last person remaining. So basically, it's when you run out of all your lives, you're out of the game, and last player remaining is the winner. So it's a bit more like, you know, Super Smash Brothers, you know, where you have these limited number of lives and you're trying to survive and not let your lives run out. So now I think frag limits is now how many lives people have. So let's just make this 3. Let's choose these settings. Let's make this 2 other bots actually. Oh, I forgot to say, in Last Man Standing, I think you spawn with all weapons except for super weapons. So you spawn with all weapons. Okay, I have 3 lives, each of them has 1 life. Damn it, I lost a life. Athena is out.
You are the winner.
Sweet. So I survived with 2 lives, and each of the others ran out of lives. So you get how it works. Now just cut that again, okay. So that is Last Man Standing. Next up we have Capture the Flag. Capture the Flag, I mean many of you probably already know what Capture the Flag is effectively. Basically it's a team-based game where the map is usually symmetrical, or at least sort of symmetrical, and there's red team and there's blue team. So there are 2 teams on this big map, and each team has a base, and on each team's base they have a flag, and the idea is you have to run to the enemy base, pick up their flag, bring it back to your own base, and put touch your own home base flag with the enemy team's flag. In order to get, and that gives you a point. In order to get a point, your home flag has to be at your base. So if the enemy has your flag and you have the enemy's flag, no one can score a point. You have to wait until one of the players kills the enemy, or someone kills a flag holder and returns the flag back to the base. So let's check rules. 3. That's how many? I guess up to. Let's just go 1. Let's go to 1. Say 1 point wins. Yep. Let's go. Let's just find a small map. It's a small one. I'm trying to find this. I'm trying to find. These are all quite big maps. I'm looking at the player count. (12 to 24, jeez. Okay, let's go. Here we go. One captures wins the match. You are on red. So now I am on red team and the blue team, and I will tell my guys. I will say actually, I can say defend, or so I'm telling my teammates defend the flag.
Defend the base.
So now I need to get the blue flag and bring it back to red team's base, and they need to get the red flag and bring it back to blue team's base. Do I have Translocator? Oh, I do have Translocator, but I don't want to use it. If you translocate, fuck. If you translocate while holding the flag, you drop the flag, I should say. Oh, red flag is taken. Okay, that's not good. Oh shit. She has double damage.
Lost the match.
So yeah, I lost that match. Probably because the bots know a lot better how to, like, the map layout than I do. But yeah, so the blue team picked up my flag, the red flag, and carried it all the way to blue team and placed the flag, so they got the 1 point and they won the match. Usually capture the flag is first to 3 points, so usually it ends after 3 points, not 1 point exactly. But you get the idea. Next up we have next up we have Domination. Domination is a team-based game where you have up to 4 teams as well. Although when you play Domination in the actual tournament single-player campaign, it's only ever 2 teams. But Domination is basically a team-based game where you basically vie for control over points in the map. So there are certain points in the map that basically when a team member touches them, they become controlled by that team. So basically, if I'm on red team and I touch it, it will be controlled by red team, and I get more points while they're controlled by my team. Then when the other team touches these points, they're controlled by the other team, and the other team gets points. So let me show you. So let me pick a small map. Here we go. 100 points to win the match. You are on red. So there are these X things over here. See them? These are the control points. So there's one in the middle, one down there, and one up here. So the idea is, and as you can see on the left, it says central, upper, and lower. So you can see who's controlling them. X means no one's controlling them. So if I touch this, now the central one is controlled by my team, and I start getting points. And the idea is the more control points you have, the faster your team will get points. These bots are good. Maybe Masterful might be too hard for me. I don't know. I'll try. So now I control these. Okay, central. I need a central. Oh, they're winning. So you get the idea. They're on 13. So the more control points you control, the more points you get. Where are the guns? I need bloody guns.
Red leader, protect your back.
I have not gotten a single frag, I feel like. Yeah, I have not gotten a single. Maybe this is too hard for me. Oh, it's pretty close to a draw. I have a feeling this is going to be a hard challenge for me when I play this tournament on Masterful. But I guess only one way to get better, and oh, stop following me, dude. That's why we're losing, probably.
Search and destroy.
So anyway, you get the idea. You're running around trying to control these control points, and the more you control, the faster your score goes up. And in this game, it's first to 100 or first to however many wins. And that's basically the idea of domination. Next up, we have Capture the Flag, I've spoken about. Next up, we have Assault. Assault is probably one of my favorite game types. It's very different to the others. In Assault, Basically, it's much more like a co-op campaign, like Unreal Gold, is that you have like a mission. So in Assault, basically you have two teams, an attacking team and a defending team. And basically, the attacking team has some sort of mission they have to try to achieve. There'll be certain things they have to do, certain objectives they need to actually like do. And no, what am I looking for? Yeah, I think this one's the one I want to do. So there'll be certain objectives that they're trying to do. And the goal of the attacking team is to complete these objectives as fast as possible. And the goal of the defending team is to prevent them from doing so. So basically, then after the attacking team, after that's finished, you swap around roles. And this time, the attacking team, the defending team, and the defending team, the attacking team, and now the other team has to try to attack, and you have to try to defend. So basically, you have like one turn being the attacker, one turn being the defender, and whichever team can successfully manage to attack in the shortest amount of time wins the match. So you're basically trying to complete the mission in the shortest amount of time. And I'll sort of show you how it works. So there's no points here. It's all just like Sure, let's do this.
5 minutes remaining.
Assault. Take the enemy base. You are on red. Okay, so I can actually click F3 and it will load up this screen to see what our objectives are. The first objective is shoot at the fuse to ignite it and blow up the TNT, which will permit access to the underground base. Objective 2. Make your way through the base, dealing with all gun turrets and enemies you find along the way, until you ride a lift up to a platform that has the garage activation switch. Once the door is opened, destroy the prototype tank by shooting at the turret. Pretty simple. Okay, let us begin.
Red leader, you've got points.
So as you can see, there's now a timer in the bottom left.
Objective destroyed.
The fuse has been ignited. I have to actually know where I'm going in this map. I forgot to really look at the layout of it. Oh shit, there are cannons. I need to destroy the cannons, that's right. Are they destroyable? I don't actually know whether they are destroyable. Okay, I'm really not going well. I don't think they are destroyable, actually. God damn it. These butts are pretty hard. Are you following me, actually?
Up to base. Got it, red leader.
There we go. The garage door is reached. There we go. Red conquered the base in 2 minutes. Now it's the other team's turn to attack, and we have to defend. I don't know where to go.
I'm in position. I'm on
Let's see if I can hold them up. And see, now my timer only has 2 minutes on it because I did it in 2 minutes. So it's like, let's see whether they can do it in faster than 2 minutes.
Double kill.
Sucker.
Those automatic cannons, in some maps they're destroyable and in other maps they're not. So I never know exactly whether they're destroyable or not.
You suck. Incoming. Anyone else want some? Next.
Where am I going? Jesus Christ.
Got it.
Okay, not good. Oh no, I might make it actually, I might win this.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, you are the winner.
There we go. So, because we managed to attack in 2 minutes, and they did not manage to attack in less than 2 minutes, we won the game. Red team won the game. When you play it with bots, you always play as the attacking team first. It's always red team attacking, blue team defending. Then next, it's blue team attacking, red team defending. So yeah. Okay, what next? So we've done Tournament Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, Tournament Team Game, Assault, Domination, Last Man Standing, Tournament Darkmatch. Okay. This is kind of a holdover from Unreal Gold. When you first install Unreal Tournament, or even Unreal Tournament Game of the Year Edition, this game type appears. There exists this game type, Tournament Darkmatch, but there actually are no maps for it. So you actually cannot find any maps for it. So it's like, it's a game type with no maps. And I had to actually download a few maps for it. But each of these maps I downloaded are basically just like official maps that have been converted into Darkmatch game types by the community. So they're as close to official Darkmatch maps as you're gonna get. But basically Darkmatch is just Deathmatch, except it's all dark and you have a searchlight. So, weapon save, settings. So, as you can see, it's just a bit darker. I have a light, and it's a bit darker than normal. To be honest, this map isn't actually that dark. I think dark map really would work better with maps that are totally dark. So these maps aren't completely darkened. These maps are just a bit darker than normal. But it works better in maps that are completely darker than normal. Either way, it's just like I said, it's just a deathmatch in a map without much light. So it really doesn't deserve to be. It really should just be a mutator. There really should just be a mutator called Darkmatch, which turns off the lights, deactivates all the light actors, and makes it so you start with a searchlight. But I don't know. Whatever. Nothing too fancy. Okay. So those are all the game types that come with the base game of Unreal Tournament. Now, there are two, as I mentioned, with the Game of the Year edition for Unreal Tournament, there are two mods that come with Unreal Tournament. One of them is called Chaos UT, Chaos Unreal Tournament, which introduces all of these game types, and the other one is called Rocket Arena, which introduces these two game types. I'm not going to talk about them just yet. I'm going to talk some other stuff, and then later on in this video I'm going to come back to talking about the mods. So let's skip this up for now. What I do want to talk about for now are the mutators. So, as I mentioned, there are these things called mutators, which you can add to your game, which basically changes how the game works. So for instance, there's Chainsaw Melee, which you can add to the game, which means that instead of an impact hammer, everyone starts with a chainsaw. So it makes it a bit more like Doom, you know? See, there's a Redeemer up there. Damn, not good. But you get the idea. There's a mutator called FatBoy, which means that which makes it that the more kills you. Oh, by the way, I always have this mutator on. This makes the HD skins work. FatBoy means so that the more kills you get, the bigger your body becomes, so an easier target you are, and the fewer kills you get, the smaller you become. So let me just show it off really quickly. We go to Oblivion, to one bar. Where is he? Okay, if you look at me, I'm a bit thinner, and they will be a bit fatter. Okay, now it should be okay. Now, you know what? Just to explain to you how it works, I'm gonna kill myself a few times. I'm gonna let her kill me actually. Come on, kill me. She's not that good, is she? Kill me. See, now I'm really thin. And if you look at her, she would be really fat. See?
You suck.
I'm trying to find her again. See, she's quite, like, puffed up. Because, like I said, it makes it so it's easier to hit people who are winning and harder to hit people who are losing. So I guess it's kind of like a way to balance the game. That is FatBoy. Flat Cannon Arena basically means all weapons and ammo are replaced with flat cannons. Impact Hammer Arena means all weapons and items are removed from the match and every player only has an Impact Hammer. Instagib, all weapons and items are removed from the map and players only have an enhanced shock rifle with infinite ammo. So like I said, if we do this... Oh wait, I didn't actually select it, sorry. Mutators. Instagib. See, insta-hit kill, and infinite ammo. And your rate of fire is also a bit slow actually. And there are no other guns, see? I'm not I was about to say I'm not bad at this, and then I just got killed.
Burn, baby. Next.
Okay, I'm not doing too well.
Sucker.
I'm not doing well at all, actually. Okay, 4-0. Oh! I forgot to say. One thing you'll notice in the bottom left is that as well as telling me how many frags I got, which is 6 frags, it also tells me my rank and my spread. My rank is like where I am, like 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, etc. And the spread is how many frags I have ahead or behind the leading player, not counting me. So this means I am first, I am 1 out of 2, and I'm 1 frag ahead of the leading player. So I can quickly glance at the bottom left and see how I'm doing. You get the idea. Okay. Instant rockets, basically it means that all the rocket launchers can't be loaded with multiple rockets. They basically, yeah, your rockets insta-fire, you can't load multiple rockets. Jump match, players can jump really high. Low gravity means less gravity, so these you might think are the same thing, but they're slightly different. Jump match means you can jump really high, but there's still the same amount of gravity, so you still fall at the same rate. You know? Low gravity means that you can jump high with the gravity, but you also fall a lot slower. And if you were to turn both jump match, it's like we all have jump boots, you know? See? Whereas low gravity, you can also jump quite high, but it's a lot slower. See? Minigun Arena replaces every weapon with a minigun and all ammo with minigun ammo. No power-ups, gets rid of shield belts, damage amplifiers, big kegs of health and invisibility. No Redeemer, gets rid of the Redeemer. Pulse Arena replaces all weapons and items with the Pulse Gun. The 6 relics, like I said, these basically just put the relic in the map to spawn. So the Relic of Defense, a magical relic that prevents 60% of all damage sustained by user. Relic of Redemption, this mysterious artifact will bind to your soul, saving you from death. Relic Regen, a magical relic that imparts the ability to gain 10 health every second. Relic of Speed, a magical relic that imparts superhuman speed and reflexes. Relic of Strength, a magical relic that imparts a great increase in damage. And Relic of Vengeance, this relic will punish those who wish to slay you. Rocket Launcher Arena, replaces all guns and everything with rocket launcher. Shock Rifle Arena does the same with Shock Rifle. Sniper Rifle Arena does the same with Sniper Rifle. Stealth basically makes everyone invisible. Although I think they're not actually invisible. They're just like they're just like the invisibility semi-invisible. Yeah. See?
Sucker.
See, you can sort of see the outline. Oh, nice! I killed him. Wow. Team Beacon basically makes this. Basically means that when you're playing a team game, it puts this big little symbol over players who belong to your team, so you can easily see. Oh, that's my team member. Yeah. So I can show you if we go to. See, that's an enemy. Oh, there's one on every. Whoops, there's one on every team. I should have gone. But oh no, sorry. Rules. Two teams. That's what I wanted. I wanted 2 teams. See that triangle thing? That triangle thing on there. That is the. That's the team beacon. The big triangle thing on the player. You get the idea. This thing here, this is this annual tournament random HD armor. This actually comes with the HD texture package. When I downloaded the HD texture mod, it came with this extra mutator, which basically replaces the armor in the map with a random colored armor. So if I just go 0 box, and I go agony, go deathmatch. Oh, it's just normal color. Is it? Oh, sorry, did I turn the mutator on actually? Sorry, I didn't even turn it on. Whoops. I need to turn it on, okay. If I turn that on and do it now. How do where am I trying to get to? I'm lost. I don't... Here we go. Now see, it's a blue armor. It's instead of being just a normal default armor, it makes the armor a different color at random. So it's like, oh cool. You got the blue armor. Oh, and it gives me a different effect. Instead of giving me wait, did it actually? Let me try that again actually. I won't pick up any pickups. This one's the yellow armor. The yellow armor gives me 125. Oh, interesting. I wonder if I summon it, does it summon the default one, or does it summon? If I summon, it also does a random one. A red armor. What's the red armor? Blue armor at 75. Gold armor at 125. And body armor. So it basically creates a random armor at random just to throw in a bit of extra spice in the game, you know? Lastly, volatile ammo. Volatile ammo means when you shoot ammo, it actually explodes. So let me show you what I mean. So if I go there. So when you shoot minigun ammo, it explodes in like a rush of minigun. If I shoot pulse ammo, it explodes in a rush of pulse rifle. You know, so basically when you shoot an ammo of a certain type, it explodes with all ammo of that type. So you can sort of, it makes it so you can lure your enemies are going to walk towards ammo, and you can shoot the ammo, and you can get your enemies killed. You know, and like it makes more environmental hazards, I guess you could say. And lastly, volatile weapon. This makes it so that when you die, your weapon sort of explodes with. So if let me try this. Let me die. Did it do it then? Actually, let me get a more powerful gun. If I get the razor jack, and if I die, you know what, let me try this with another bot, because I'm not sure if this is doing anything.
Anyone else want some?
I felt like there was a big... Yeah, there was something big there. I feel like it's more with explosive guns. If you have a gun that has explosive in it, and you shoot someone, and someone dies, it makes a big explosion of that gun type. I'm not really seeing it that much though. I don't know. What does it say here? Killed, yeah, it says volatile weapon. Killed players will discharge their weapon. Okay, so it means when you die, you shoot your gun. Okay, volatile ammo. Ammo explodes when shot. Okay. So what it does is it makes it so when you die, your weapon discharges. Okay. Okay, that's kind of it for now. I am gonna add more stuff to this video. I am gonna talk about the the Chaos UT mod and the Rocket Arena mod. But I'm gonna actually stop recording now, and I'm gonna record the rest later. Okay, see you guys in a sec. Bye. And hey, we are back. Okay, awesome. I was just doing some research on Chaos UT and Rocket Arena, and now that I've read all the stuff that I've read and done a bit of research, I'm ready to talk to you guys about these two mods. Okay, so like I said, Chaos UT and Rocket Arena are two community-made mods that were released officially. Well, they were made by the community, but Epic Games thought they were so good that when Epic released the Game of the Year edition of Unreal Tournament, Epic included these two community-made mods with the official release. So the first of these is called Chaos UT. Chaos UT adds a bunch of new weapons and new features to Unreal Tournament. It doesn't really have like a theme or a story to it or anything. It's kind of just crazy, chaotic, random fun for its own sake, you know? So to start a Chaos UT match, you basically go, when you start your practice session, you select your game type and you choose one of these ones that say CUT on them. CUT stands for Chaos UT. So we have Chaos UT Deathmatch. You can play it on any normal deathmatch map, but there are some special Chaos UT maps that are kind of specifically designed for Chaos UT. So like, you can, like I said, you can't just play Chaos UT in any old map, but if you click these Chaos UT maps, these will already have some of the Chaos UT items and weapons already in those maps particularly. So you can do Chaos UT Deathmatch, Chaos UT Tournament Team Game, Chaos UT Capture the Flag, once again on all the same maps as normal Capture the Flag, Chaos UT Assault on any of the normal Assault maps, Chaos UT Domination on any of the Domination maps, and Chaos UT Last Man Standing on any of the Deathmatch maps. However, there are a couple of new game types. First of all, there's King of the Hill and Team King of the Hill. Despite their name, these are actually not at all like King of the Hill from Unreal Gold. This is actually rather a different game type, which is also coincidentally called King of the Hill. Basically, this King of the Hill is a lot more like... I should actually just check the settings for these. Are these all the same settings? Yeah, these are all the same settings, okay. What is enhanced team AI? I've never seen that one before. Enable enhanced team artificial intelligence features for bots in this game. Interesting. Is that also part of normal domination? Yeah, it is. Okay. Last man standing. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, as I was saying, King of the Hill. So this is different to the King of the Hill in the King of the Hill in the original Unreal. This King of the Hill is actually a lot more like Unreal Tournament's Domination. Basically, in King of the Hill maps, there is a hill. So there'll be some particular region of the map called the hill. And the idea is, when you stand at the top of the hill, you get points. You get points for being at the top of the hill. And so your goal is basically to stand at the top of the hill for as long as you can, and to kill other players who are at the top of the hill so that they don't get to the top of the hill. And basically the game ends when, as you stand at the top of the hill, you accumulate points, and the first player to a certain number of points wins the King of the Hill, or the player with the most points when the time ends. Another thing with King of the Hill is you actually start with no weapons, so you have to pick up weapons that you find in the map. I guess this is to stop players from spawn killing each other, like just constantly standing near spawn and killing all the new players that spawn. I don't know, for whatever reason, you don't actually spawn with weapons. So let's go hill time limit. So this is in seconds. Beyond the hill, let's say 30 seconds to make this quick, and time limit, let's go 10 minutes. Yep. Okay, let's go one bot, let's go one bot. But actually let's make it 2 bots. The first person on the hill for 30 seconds wins. So here we have some items from, this is an item or is this just a statue? I'm not sure if this is actually an item. Here is an enforcer though. But here we have some items from Chaos UT, which I'll talk about in a second, and this is the top of the hill. Is this an item? No, it's just a... That symbol on their head meant that they are the leader of... They've been on the team for the longest. I don't have a weapon, that's not good.
Loser. You like that?
She's shooting proximity mines at me. I need a gun. I need a good gun, but I don't have a gun. Oh god damn it. They got a lot of time on the hill.
You suck.
So weak.
Oh! I won. So yeah, that symbol means that the person who has been on the hill for the longest gets a crown on top of their head. And the crown is just like, this person is the leading king of the hill. But yeah, so I was on the hill for 30 seconds, and so I won the king of the hill. You can also select this option, which is basically that you only get points when you are alone on the hill. So if someone else is on the hill with you, it actually won't accumulate to your hill score. In settings, you can do Translocator, and bots, you can do bots. Why do they have teams when there are no teams here? You also have Team King of the Hill, which is exactly the same, except now you're in teams. Then it's the team with the most. So if I go 3 bots here, but yeah, it's now the team with the most hill time. So if I maybe change this to, let's try this. Where did he get that Flak cannon from? Oh man.
Congratulations, you are the winner.
Nice. You'll also notice that the team symbols are actually different. This is because in Chaos UT, if you play a Chaos UT tournament team game, say, and you make it 4 teams, then you see the team symbols. They have like their own custom team symbols, all based on the Chaos UT logos and stuff. So yeah, just a little nifty feature. And like I said, I'll talk all about these items and what they mean and what they do in a second. Okay, cool. So that was King of the Hill. We also have Sword Arena and Team Sword Arena. Sword Arena is basically just like a deathmatch game, but where all the weapons, there are no weapons to pick up, there are no items to pick up, I don't think. The only thing you have is just your sword, so it's just like only swords. So if I do this, oh, it does have health. Okay, it has armor and health.
That had to hurt.
But the idea was we only have our swords, and there's like also melee, because swords are melee.
You suck. Sucker.
Oh, how did I kill 2 people? Jeez, were they behind each other or something?
Eliminated.
Die, bitch. Boom.
You get the idea. It's a melee. It's basically a melee game. And then you have Team Sword Arena, which is exactly the same, except now you got teams. You get the idea.
Tag, you're it. Die, bitch.
That had to hurt.
Anyone else want some?
You get the idea. Okay. So, like I said, the main way to start a Chaos UT game is to choose it from the list of game types. However, you can also choose any old game type and then go Mutators and enable the Chaos UT Mutator. This will also force that game type to be played as a Chaos UT game. Except there are some features that don't work 100% properly when you do it through the Mutator. So the Mutator is kind of like your second class way of doing it. So it's like if you want to play a Chaos UT game in like any old game type, you basically can use the Mutator and that will force it to be a Chaos UT game. But if you really want to have all the Chaos UT features working as best as they possibly can, it's best to actually do the Chaos UT game type chosen from the menu. There are some other Chaos UT mutators that come with Chaos UT. Grapple only, basically you can activate this mutator you don't have to be playing Chaos UT to activate it. What this does is you can activate grapple only when you're playing any Unreal Tournament game, and it brings the grapple from Chaos UT into that game, so you now have the grapple. Similarly, you have no health. You can put this in, so if you look at the bottom, it says under grapple only, it says all players will have the CUT grapple item in their inventory. Similarly, you have no health. This says all health items, health vial, super health, med box are removed. So this basically, you can put it in any Unreal Tournament game, and it basically removes all health items. The next 2 mutators have to be in a Chaos UT game. So you have sword melee, which replaces everyone's melee weapon with the sword. It doesn't replace all weapons with the sword, it just replaces everyone's melee weapon with the sword instead of the impact hammer. And lastly, there's the Chaos UT Arena Mutator. This basically replaces all weapons and ammo with a given weapon and ammo. And that given one you can select from a different menu, which I'll show you in a second. But you get it, these are just sort of extra things you can add to your Chaos UT game, which change it up a bit. And then, like I said, the Chaos UT version 1.1 Mutator, which turns any old game type into, or it enables Chaos UT features in any old game type. Okay, cool. So like I mentioned, there was this other menu. So if we go to the mod menu and then click Chaos UT config, we can select a whole bunch of settings for Chaos UT. We can turn on this alternate HUD mode in case the normal HUD isn't working. We have respawn protection and how long it lasts. We can choose whether the Chaos UT weapons outright replace the normal Unreal Tournament weapons, or they cycle in and out with the Unreal Tournament weapons. Like, cycle means sometimes you find normal Unreal Tournament weapons, and then after a while they turn into the Chaos UT weapon. So it sort of has like a bit of both. Sniper dot, that's I guess that's shooting like a laser dot from your sniper rifle. Grappling hook, I'll show you that in a second. Drop, whether you drop the flag on grapple, I think that having that on is best. Grav belt charge, I'll show you that later in this video. And the arena mutator selection. So when you select, you know, Chaos UT Arena to replace all weapons with a single weapon, what weapon does it replace it with? And you choose basically which weapon it gets replaced with. You have turret settings, so how long you want turrets to last and their power. You have some extra mouse controls for certain things for certain settings you need, certain extra mouse controls that you need for Chaos UT, and some client settings. Okay. So now let's actually show you some of these weapons and items from Chaos UT. Let us go Chaos UT Deathmatch. Let's do the Chaos UT Eclipse map. And let's turn bots off. Okay, let us begin. Okay, so the first item is summon Chaos UT .sword. This is the bastard sword. Sorry, this is the bastard sword. Basically, it's your melee weapon. So primary fire attacks with it. And secondary fire is like a deflection. So if someone shoots a bullet at you, I'll talk about the sounds in the game in a second as well. So if someone shoots a bullet at you, you can alternate fire, and they'll basically knock that bullet back. It works on, I think, most projectiles. You can basically shoot the projectiles back at the player. So it's basically like a lightsaber, you can deflect things. And that's basically the sword, nothing much. These weapons don't show up in your weapons menu, by the way. I don't know why, but yeah, they don't really show up in your weapons menu. Next we have summon Chaos UT .crossbow. This is the crossbow. So the crossbow actually has 3 different types of arrows you can get. It automatically comes with normal arrows. When you shoot them, it shoots an arrow. You can't pick them up once you shoot them, but they stay stuck in the thing you shot them in for a second. Alternate, so that's primary fire is shoot. Alternate fire is zoom in. So you can zoom in like with the sniper rifle, do a zoomy zoom. Actually, I should probably show you. Sorry, I should probably show you. Summon Nali.
First blood.
And similarly, get the idea. So the ammo, we have summon KLCT.arrow pack. This is just a regular pack of arrows. This gives you 10 arrows, normal arrows. You also have KLCT explosive arrow pack. These are explosive arrows. Now to switch to them, so you see that my crossbow is weapon number 4. To switch to explosive arrows, I just press 4 again, and I load up my gun with explosive arrows. Now if I shoot, it shoots an arrow. Oh, they respawn, excellent. Now if I shoot, it shoots an arrow, hits the target and explodes. Next up we have poison arrows. If I go poison arrow pack, it summons these green arrows. And so if I press 4 again, it will load up the gun with green arrows. And these are my poison arrows. Basically when they hit a player, that player gets poisoned and they take a bunch of damage. Does it work with Nali actually? It might only work with human players. It might only be programmed for actual, like, for bots properly. I'm not sure whether it's properly programmed for monsters. Because that Nali that I summoned is actually not from Unreal Tournament. The reason I typed in unreali.nali is because that Nali, it means I'm borrowing it from the original Unreal classes. Because the Unreal Tournament comes with all the classes from the original Unreal still programmed in it. Because Unreal Tournament, like I mentioned earlier in this video, is actually based on top of the original Unreal. So it actually has, in its programming, it still has all the original Unreal weapons and monsters and stuff. But they don't really have a role, or they don't really appear in Unreal Tournament, or at least they almost don't really appear. Like almost never, but not entirely never do they actually appear. So like we said, poison arrows. Actually, if I summon, actually wait, no, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will go add bots 1, and then I'll see if I can shoot this bot with a poison arrow and see what it says. I think it makes him. Oh, he emitted that GES BioRifle stuff. And he shot me, okay. Oh, he ran into his own proxy mine, okay. Where did my poison arrows go? Okay, so I didn't really see any sort of effect on him while he was poisoned, except for he was throwing like bio-rifle sludge everywhere a bit. So, but he didn't like glow green or anything. Okay, let me load it again. Oh, why is there a player here? Oh, there are naturally here some explosive arrows and poison arrows, okay. So what do we have next? Next up we have the shotgun. If I go summon KLCT shotgun, here we have a shotgun. And just like with the crossbows, there's actually a bunch of different ammo that you can get with... Can you... Oh, wait for me to stop coughing. Just like with the crossbows, there's a bunch of different ammo types you can get with the shotgun. So first you have just normal shotgun. Primary fire is shoot. Alternate fire is reload. Reload? Does it not reload? Why does it not reload? It should reload. strange. Let me change gun. Alternate fire should be good. Maybe we need some ammo. Summon chaos UT dot shotgun ammo. Now I can reload. For whatever reason, you can't actually reload until you pick up an ammo pack. I don't know why. It's some sort of bug. But yeah, so that gave me a whole bunch of ammo. Now I can shoot, and reload. Got quite a fast rate of fire. But like I said, there are actually other ammo types. So you can summon AP, that's armor piercing shotgun ammo. And now I can switch to the blue ammo, the armor piercing one. This is basically more accurate and does more damage. So it's basically just like better, it's just better ammo. Although I guess it doesn't have the spread that the usual shotgun has. So the normal ammo has a spread, so it does damage over a wider area, and the armor piercing one is more localized. We also have explosive ammo. So if we say explosive shotgun ammo, then it makes this red ammo. If we pick that up, now big explosion. So let's summon some Nalis. Summon Nali. Can't see. Okay, so oh, I fell off. Normal shotgun.
First blood.
Explosive shotgun. Armor piercing shotgun. Where did that Nali go? Where did he go? There he is. Okay. I'm just gonna go to the other side so that I have more room to summon things. Next up we have the utility gun. So summon chaos UT dot chaos UT utility gun. We have this big sort of mechanism. So utility gun, just like the other two guns we've looked at so far, has different ammo types, or different firing modes I should say. It has air, so the default type, which has infinite ammo, is just air. Air basically blows a whole bunch of air, and you can also use it to blow players around and also blow items around. So I can blow that health pack over there. It doesn't want to blow the weapon, the sniper rifle. But I can blow these things around. You get the idea. So primary fire blows players or items or anything around. Secondary fire does a sudden burst of air, so it's a bit more sudden than the first one. It's a bit more immediate. But this is just the default gun firing mode. It also comes, when you pick up the gun, it also comes with 10 fireball ammo, what is called fireball bullets. So these basically, when you shoot them, it basically makes someone go on fire. So we have, wait a second, summon chaos UT dot fireball ammo. What does it say? Chaos UT fire cell. That gives us a bunch of fireball fuel, which allows us, we can hit people and they'll set them on fire. And we also have the summon chaos UT dot freeze ammo, which summons this freeze cell. Now if we switch the gun again, we can get freeze ammo. which shoots this thing which freezes people. It's a lot better to see with bots. So once again, I'll add a bot. Come down here. Now he's frozen. I need health.
Sucker.
God damn it.
Oh yeah.
Does kill bots work? Kill bots? Does it not work? Kill bot. Kill bot. There we go. So that was the freeze. So basically, as you may have seen, the freezy ammo makes them glow whitish blue, and they can't move. They're frozen in place. Whereas the fireball ammo fireball ammo makes them catch on fire. It's meant to make them catch on fire. But yeah. See how he's burning? There we go, he's burning, see? You get the idea. So that was the utility gun. Air mode, blow things around. Fire mode, you can set people on fire. And freeze mode, you can freeze people in place. Sorry. Next up we have proxy mines. If we go summon chaos ut.proxy box. This creates some proximity mines, also called proxy mines. Now, I forgot to mention with my chaos ut dot if you switch to fire ammo and you do primary fire, it shoots a freeze or an explosive or whatever. But alternate fire still just does an air blast. So alternate fire with like the freeze or fire mode just does an ordinary air blast. It's the same as the alternate fire with the air mode. Just a sudden blast of air. So that's what I wanted to show you there. So, okay. Now proxy mines. If you summon a proxy mine, basically, if you press primary fire, basically you drop this mine and it bounces around and makes funny noises. You even step on it and it will bounce up around with you. You don't get triggered by your own mines, I don't think. There's just this cute little mine thing, and then when an enemy runs over it, they explode. Alternate fire sticks it to a surface, so it sticks to a wall like this, and then when an enemy is near, it'll jump off and land on the enemy. So it's sort of like a little trap waiting in disguise. You know, enemy just runs past and boom, it jumps on the enemy. So they're cute little mines. What's interesting though is you can use them in combination with the next weapon that I'm going to show you, which is the claw. So if we say summon chaos, oh, the mines explode by themselves after a while. Chaos ut.flak2. This is the claw. So the claw has a bunch of different firing modes as well. So the default mode is just effectively a flat cannon mode. If you shoot left click, it's just this. You shoot a flat cannon projectile, a flak grenade pretty far. Alternate fire if you shoot it even further. A very long distance flak grenade. you can also you got proxies, but you can also have the Flak gun with proxies, where the claw with proxies, where primary fire is you shoot a proxy, and alternate fire is a really fast shot one. So it basically does a whole. This actually does a whole lot of damage if you summon a Nali and you shoot alternate fire. That will actually hit the Nali and do a whole lot of damage. But yeah, it's just this really powerful shot. It shoots a long way and then opens up into a proxy mine. You also have a melee. You can use the claw as just a melee gun. So without anything in it, you can just do that. So yeah, so that's the claw. It can do flak, it can do proxy, and it can do melee. And it actually does have. So to get proxy ammo for it, you just pick up proxies. So that's just the proxy box that gives you proxy ammo for it. And for the flak ammo for it, it's summon chaos UT dot chaos or CH flak ammo. Oh, it exploded. That gave me flak shells for it. And or I could just pick up these flak shells. Next up we have summon chaos UT dot sniper 2. This is basically the upgraded version of the sniper rifle. So primary fire, it shoots a gun. It shoots a bullet. Now this bullet has a different sound to the usual. It has a different sound to the usual sniper fire sound, and it looks a bit different, and it ricochets. So if we shoot it here, that actually killed me. So it bounced. It hit the wall, bounced back, and killed me. You also have zoom. See it bounce there, then hit there. You get the idea. Now, this gun actually has two different ammo types. It has chaos UT dot CH underscore bullet box, which is just normal bullets. But we also have CH underscore, oh sorry, no, it's not called CH, it's called RPB bullet box. Now it looks the same as an ordinary bullet box, but I think that's actually a bug with the high definition texture mod. The high definition texture mod has chaos UT items or textures as part of it, I should say. So it does do chaos UT textures, but for whatever reason, it has the exact same texture for the normal rifle ammo and the RPB ammo. So the RPB ammo, you click this again, switches to the RPB gun, and now so this stands for rocket propelled bullet. So now when we shoot, it shoots a rocket propelled bullet. So rocket propelled, that was normal, and so we can switch from normal gun to rocket propelled bullet. Normal gun. You get the idea. You also actually have CH underscore rifle shell, which just gives you a single bullet for the ordinary, basically for the non-rocket propelled one. It gives you a single bullet for the normal rifle, a rifle round. Okay. Now we have summon Chaos UT Vortex Arm. This is one of the super weapons in Chaos UT. So you pick it up. The Gravity Vortex. Basically, when you deploy this creates a huge gravity vortex that sucks everything in, including you. So you gotta run away pretty quickly. So primary fire shoots this thing. I'm being sucked in. I'm being sucked in. So you really gotta sort of shoot this and then run around the corner and avoid it. Secondary fire is basically the same thing, but it gives you more time to run away. So if I shoot this here, I can run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. So I successfully avoided the gravity vortex. But yeah, any bots or other human players that run past just get totally sucked up and killed, and even me. So that was the gravity vortex. Next up we have the turret launcher. Turret launcher. This is basically not so much a weapon in and of itself, but it's a thing that deploys a weapon for you. Or deploys the turret, I should say. You got the turret source module.
Please specify location.
So now, you basically got to find a nice open patch of flat ground. So alternate fire basically brings the weapon close to you so you can read it. Alternate fire does nothing basically. But primary fire, you basically deploy it down there.
Citric done, soldier. Stand back and watch your head.
Destination complete. Ready.
And the turret is summoned. And basically, this turret basically shoots at enemies. So when an enemy walks past, the turret will shoot at the enemy. But you got to be careful because if any player stands behind the turret, that player will take over the turret and also restock its ammo. So if I want to restock my turret ammo, I just stand behind it. But if another player stands behind the turret, that player will restock the ammo. Now if I go add bots, 1. Can I restock the turret's ammo? How do I restock the ammo? Why am I not restocking the ammo? I thought. Anyway, I can also click this. I can also click a button on my keyboard to change the firing type. So if I click this button, it changes to like a machine gun, I think, or rocket, I should say. Changes from like ASMD shots to rockets. It's now from rocket mode. Why is it not? I thought standing behind it recharged this rocket. It says your turret, okay. So I can change from ASMD shots to rocket shots. Someone shoot him. Let me show the vortex again. Oh no! Oh no! Is the bot gonna go in the vortex? Oh, the bot avoided the vortex. Maybe I'll go up and go to where the bot is. Where is that bot? Malachi. Oh, the turret got Malachi. Sweet. So bots can last a long time. These turrets, I mean. These turrets can last a long time. I guess they're more useful in team games where we have like a whole team. Okay, change weapon. Malachi destroyed player's turret. Okay, so the turret died. So yeah, you gotta either kill enemy turrets, or... I swear the help files I read said the enemies could take over your turrets, and you could replenish your turrets, but I don't really see that happening in this game. So I just got poisoned, see? That green stuff was that I just got poisoned with the poison arrows. Okay, so like I said, there's a button on your keyboard to switch the turret from energy balls to rockets. And I mentioned stepping behind the turret, refilling the ammo and establishing control, although it seemed not to do that in this very well. I don't know why. Okay, the next, so that's it for all the weapons in Chaos UT. Next up we have, Summon Chaos, sorry no, it's different actually. Summon UT Chaos Map dot C_armor shard. This is basically so you know how in Unreal Tournament you have like health packs, but you also have these little vials of health that give you just 5 health. Similarly, in Unreal Tournament you have armor packs, but you don't have any items that give you like a little bit of armor. Until in Chaos UT they added the armor shard. So the armor shard basically gives you 5 armor. It's like a little bonus armor thing. The thing is, unlike the body armor and the side pads and the shield belt, the armor shard on the other hand has no upper limit. So you can actually keep picking up armor shards and just get more and more and more and more and more armor, and it just never stops. So usually in Unreal Tournament you can only have 150 maximum armor. Either 100 with the body armor and 50 with the side pads, or 150 with the shield belt, and you can't go over 150. But with these little armor shards, you can just keep going more and more and more and more and more. See what I mean? Just keep getting more and more and more. I should also probably show you, if I go cycle, and now I open on a regular DM map, there's no bots. I should also probably show you how the weapons cycle. So like here, does this cycle? So let me find one that cycles. So here is the ASMD, shock rifle. Now if we wait a bit, this and this ammo should turn into the crossbow. So when we have cycle on, it just, you know, it cycles it every now and again. Let's see this happen. There we go. There we go. It turned into a crossbow. But the question is, will my crossbow itself turn into an ASMD, or just the ones that are sitting there in the map? Let's see. Oh, the crossbow gets cycled into a different crossbow. Oh, interesting. So now, the ammo turns from normal ammo to explosive ammo. From normal ammo to explosive ammo. Interesting. So it changes to the different ammo types as well. Okay, very interesting. But I still have normal arrows, but now I also have explosive arrows. Okay, cool. Let me just go back to Eclipse. Okay, so some other features of Chaos UT. We actually have a grappling hook, and you need 2 buttons to use it. One button shoots the grappling hook. Sorry, wrong button. Here we go. And the other button basically makes it so that so the first button, the grapple button. If you look at this, is the hook on button. Basically makes it so that you shoot the hook, and then you press the button again to drop the hook. So you can do all sorts of shenanigans with the hook. And now we're on top of the map. However, there's a second button you can press which basically stops you from being pulled up by the hook immediately. So if I shoot up here, and I press the second button, I basically just hang here, see? And the second button, that's the hook up button. If I press that button, it just sort of brings me up. So I can press it whenever I want to go up. But if I press it... But if I press it before I go up, I just stop there. And then I can shoot up again. I press the button and I stop there. And then when I want to, I press the second button and it pulls me up. Okay, cool. So that was the grappling hook. Next up we have Kamikaze. You can only Kamikaze if you have 10 or more rockets. So if I press Kamikaze button, it says you need 10 rockets to go Kamikaze. So let's summon some rockets. Let's summon UT Table. Summon rocket pack. Now I have 18 rockets. Let's summon some more, because the more rockets you have, the bigger the explosion. So now, if you go summon Nali, I can go up to this Nali and press my Kamikaze button. Just before you go Kamikaze, it goes third person view, and then you have a massive explosion which kills everyone in the vicinity. So basically, this is good for like team games, where I guess you can do it in Deathmatch, if you have a whole bunch of enemies in one spot. But even better in team games, if you see like a whole bunch of enemies in one, if you see a whole bunch of people on the other team in one spot, or you want to stop them from capture the flag, you want to stop them from capturing the flag or something, you just want this emergency, I want to kill everyone in my vicinity button, you just go Kamikaze and boom. Next up we have kicking. There's a button on your keyboard to kick. So if I press kick, you can just kick stuff around. You can kick players, you can kick items. If someone has the flag and you want to kick them off the map, if there's like a lava underneath you or something, you can stop to them and press kick. I can kick this Nali about. It doesn't do any damage. It just knocks items and players around. You get the idea. Next up is spawn protection. I don't know whether you noticed, but the little picture of the player in the top right, when I respawn, it has like a glowing thing around him for a couple of seconds. That's the spawn protection. So look what happens when I spawn. Actually, I'm just gonna do a third person. See, it's that glowy thing, and then after a while, it disappears and the swarm protection is off. Another thing that I noticed, this isn't part of Chaos. The thing I'm about to tell you is not part of Chaos UT. It's just a general Unreal Tournament thing. When you pick up the armor, if you look at the player picture, the picture of the player in the top right, when you pick up the armor, it shows like the armor portion of the player is now like highlighted. And similarly, if we summon thigh pads, when we pick up the thigh pads, the thigh part of the little avatar thing there is colored in as well. So like that tells you what armor you have. And I mentioned in the last one, earlier on in this video, that if we go summon UT shield belt, when we pick it up, then you see a glowy shield belt over your whole player. So yeah, but that's not part of Chaos UT. That's just a general Unreal Tournament thing. The next thing there is as you may have noticed, Chaos UT has something called real life sounds. So every now and again, your player will make a sound, like they'll start coughing or farting, or they'll make a spitting sound, or they just make a generic random real life sound, and all other players around them can hear that. So it just kind of gets in the way of if you're trying to sneak and be stealthy. So basically, it ruins your stealth because suddenly other players can hear you, and it just makes it a bit more realistic, you could say. I don't know. The other thing similar to this is that when you're low on health, your player starts making a heartbeat sound, and other players all around can hear that heartbeat sound as well. So if we just do a bit of damage to ourselves, oh, that did too much damage. Okay. See the heartbeat? And it's faster the less health you have. So if I pick up a bit of health, it slows down a little bit. At least it should, I thought. Yes, and now it's slower. So yeah, like I said, it's not only the player who hears that heartbeat, but it's everyone else around the player can hear the heartbeat when they're low on health. So it's just a little Chaos UT. So it's just a little extra sort of feature. And that is pretty much it for Chaos UT. Like I said, most of the settings for Chaos UT you choose in this menu, where you choose if you want to cycle or replace, or whether you want a grappling hook, or whether you want spawn protection, or whatever you want. And then the rest of the settings are set in here. And yeah, basically just start the game and play the sort of crazy, chaotic Unreal Tournament matches. But yeah, that is basically it for Chaos UT. Next up we have Rocket Arena. So, Rocket Arena is basically, let me just go to Rocket Arena. Let's go Rocket Arena. To start Rocket Arena, you have to select the Rocket Arena game type, and it has its own maps. So you have all these Rocket Arena maps, and Rocket Arena is basically like a tournament of last man standing matches. So let me just go into one of these Rocket Arena maps, take a look at it. Okay. We can go rules. We got a whole bunch of rules here. Game rules, config. I don't actually know what a lot of this stuff does. Yeah, you can select force a one-on-one match, a whole bunch of these things. Time limits. Bots, it says, I told you this base was coming soon. I feel like they had planned to add a bunch of extra features to Rocket Arena, but as it was, they released it with just a certain number of features, and all these extra features that they planned, they never ended up making for it. They never ended up making them for Rocket Arena. This actually happened with Chaos UT as well. They had planned to like release a bunch of extra features, a bunch of like extra versions of it, but then Unreal Tournament 2003 and 2004 were released, and the team sort of switched from the original Unreal Tournament to Annual Tournament 2003 and 2004, and they kind of abandoned the original Annual Tournament. And so Chaos UT and Rocket Arena kind of only were made up to a certain level of development in Annual Tournament. But yeah. Either way, it still works pretty well. So Chaos UT, let's just start this game, and I'll show you how it works. So
Welcome to Rocket Arena, soldier.
in Rocket Arena, every map has a bunch of smaller arenas. There are a bunch of there are 5 or 6 smallish arenas called multi-arenas. So I can switch to all these different multi-arenas. And there's one big arena called the Clan Arena. The Clan Arena is usually a deathmatch map from normal Unreal Tournament. So in this case, it's Codex, which is just one of the normal Unreal Tournament deathmatch maps. But the idea is in each of these multi-arena maps, you fight a 1v1 or a 2v2 match against the enemy team. And basically, you only have one life. So it's basically like a last man standing, where you have all the weapons of the game except for super weapons, and you only have one life. So I might as well just show you what happens. So if I play this one, team size 1.
Prepare for battle. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, fight.
So it's just 1v1. I'm not very good. Okay, cool.
Blue team wins.
So I won that round.
Get ready.
There are 3 rounds in every match. So sorry, actually no. No. Every match is first to 3 rounds. Best of. Let me say it again. Every match is best out of 3. So I've won the first round. So now if I lose the second round, then we'll have a 3rd round to determine who's best. But if I win the second round, then I've won the match. So it's just best out of 3.
Blue team wins the match.
Yes, I'm playing blue, by the way. I don't know why. Usually in Annual Tournament, in the Annual Tournament single player campaign, so in the actual campaign, you always play as red team. But for some reason, when you play Rocket Arena, it puts you on blue team for some reason. I don't know why.
3.
But yeah, so now I have won 1 match. And now it just automatically starts with the second match.
1.
So similarly, in this match, it's best out of 3 rounds. Oh, whoops, he just got it.
Got it.
Red team wins the round.
Oh, whoops.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, fight.
Oh, damn.
Red team wins the match. Get ready.
There we go. So now I won. So I won the first match, and then he won a match. And each match consists of best of 3 rounds. So you get the idea. And now it just continues like this forever until we change arena. So now I can go next arena. And now I can play in this arena.
Prepare for battle. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, fight.
And you get the idea. So it's basically like this for all the arenas. Most arenas are size 1. There are some arenas, this arena here is size 2. So there are 2 people per team.
For battle. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Fight.
Sorry, did I clear your head?
So, oh, I'm the only one left. My teammate died. Okay, cool. So I won that round.
Get ready. 3, 2.
See, it tells you the health. Notice on the right, it tells you the health of all the players.
Target eliminated.
Blue team wins the match.
You get the idea. Now,
Get ready.
if we go next arena, next arena, next arena, next arena, until we get to the clan arena. The clan arena is now like my whole team against their whole team. So the clan arena is actually a 4v4. Or it could be even more than that. But yeah. And you can choose red team or blue team. So I will join blue team.
Prepare for battle. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Fight.
Try a bigger gun.
Blue team.
Oh sweet, we won. Okay, cool.
Get ready. 3,
So you get the idea. Now there's still 3 rounds to win the match. At least I think there are.
2, 1.
Yeah, there are still 3 rounds to win the match. But now it's like oh damn.
I'm on your team.
Oh damn, blue team's really not going well. Can I watch my teammates?
It slaughtered that guy.
Red team wins the round. Get ready.
So you get the idea, basically. Actually, you know what? Let's just play one more round. See who wins the match.
1. Fight.
You like that?
Oh god, we could win this. Yeah, we're probably gonna win this. They've only got 1 player left on their team and they have 8 health.
Blue team wins the match. Get ready.
So there we are. Does it say,
3, 2, 1. Fight.
does it say how many matches each team has won? No, it doesn't. It doesn't even say that here. Yeah, so there are a lot of features in Rocket Arena that are left to be desired. But for a basic sort of thing, it works. It's functional at least. Okay. So I'm just checking everything that I was gonna say. So I said you fight against the other team in like 1v1 or 2v2 matches in the multi-arenas, or the whole team against the whole team in the clan arenas. In each round, all players have all weapons, except for super weapons, but only one life, and the last team standing wins the round. Each match is best of 3 rounds, and basically, after you get bored of one of the little multi-arenas or whatever, you can cycle to the next arena. So there doesn't seem to be a way to make it so that after a certain number of matches won, or after a certain number of matches in general, it automatically switches arena. You kind of have to manually switch arenas, and I don't really like that. It really should make a setting where after a certain number of arenas, it just automatically switches for you. But like I said, it's functional. It's not an amazing mod, but it does the basics. Lastly, you can actually go to there's one more. So there's Rocket Arena mode here, but there's also Rocket Arena all maps. This basically allows you to play a Rocket Arena in any map from Unreal Tournament. So like a Deathmatch map, an Assault map, Capture the Flag, a Capture the Flag map. I don't really get the point of this, because if you're not in a Rocket Arena map, then it doesn't really work. Like, I guess I could play, like, sure, I could play Capture the Flag. I could play Rocket Arena and just Capture the Flag match. But like, how does it work?
Welcome to Rocket Arena, soldier.
There's only one arena, and it says team size 1. I can't change the team size anyway. No, the team size is predetermined by the map. So I think all maps that aren't Rocket Arena maps will always have team size 1, so it's always just going to be a 1v1.
Prepare for battle. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, fight.
That should not be there. That's a bit of a something from the underlying engine seeping through. Maybe it's something to do with rocket. Maybe it's to do with the fact that I'm running a Capture the Flag map in a game type that's not Capture the Flag.
Blue team wins the round. Get ready.
You get the idea. That is pretty much it for now. There's just one more thing I wanted to show you guys, and I'll do that in a second. And we're back. Okay, so lastly, at the very end of this video, I thought I would just read through the Unreal Tournament manual and just find some interesting things that says in the manual about the weapons and the game types, and just check some stuff out. This manual was actually quite hard to find, unlike the original the manual for Unreal Gold, like the original Unreal and Return to Nepali, was pretty easy to find. This manual took a bit more effort, but I did manage to find a copy of the manual online for free. So I will leave a link in the description showing, telling you guys where you can read it yourself. Okay. And it came from this website here, Replacement Docs, which is why they put their own little watermark on it. System requirements. Ooh, 32 megabyte of RAM. 300 megabytes of space. How to install it? Yep. Nothing interesting. Okay, so game objective. The object, should that be objective? The object of the single-player game is to defeat all competitors in every arena and ultimately achieve the title of Grand Champion. This is interesting. Follow the spoken instructions. During the intro movie, press the escape key. Never left corner of the game. Oh, I guess it takes you to the tutorial, I guess. Okay. Takes you into the tutorial. Yes, we'll play the tutorial next video. Multiplayer game. Okay, keyboard commands. Quick reference. tells you what the menus do. Okay. Just read about the different modes. Selecting this game, start Unreal Tournament. Selecting this option enters you into the tournament and begins your trip up the tournament ladder. This is a single player game that is played on your computer, not on the internet. Lets you modify your gender, race, face, team, etc. Next screen, let's select a game mode. Initially, you'll only be able to play Deathmatch mode, but as you progress, other modes become available. So, okay, there's Deathmatch. Kill as many competitors as possible and try to avoid being killed by them. The player who reaches the frag limit first, or has the most frags when the time limit is reached, is the winner. Winners advance to the next arena in the ladder. Although in the ladder, actually, there's no time limit in matches. I'm pretty sure it's all just frag limit. I'm pretty sure there are no time limits. Domination. 2 teams, red and blue, fight for possession of several control points scattered throughout the map. To take a control point, simply touch it. When a team owns a control point, their score increases steadily until the other team touches the control point. Capture the flag. Players are divided into 2 teams, blue and red. Each team has a base for the flag that they must defend. Points are scored for a team when a team member captures the opposing team's flag by bringing it back to the team's base while their own flag is safely contained in the home base. Assault. Players are divided into 2 teams, attackers and defenders. The attackers are attempting to destroy or take over an objective, such as blowing up a computer terminal or escaping a castle. The defender's job is to prevent them from doing this. The way to win assault is to conquer the base in less time than your opponent's team. If the first attacking team completes the objective in 3 minutes, then the side switch and the team that was defending is now attacking and has 3 minutes to take the base. If they fail, they lose. Challenge. The challenge ladder is a free-for-all deathmatch against the hardest enemies in the tournament in the most exquisite environments, from a low-gravity rooftop bloodbath to a one-on-one against the tournament champion as you zip through space. This is the final challenge. You're playing so you actually when I play through the challenge, you actually see you can see like it'll show you the different enemies who you'll be fighting and a bit of flavor text about like who they are and stuff. You play in several different arenas as you progress up the ladder. The first rung is a tutorial arena. If you've never played Unreal or unfamiliar with this type of game, play the tutorial first. Otherwise, choose the arena above the tutorial. So in practice sessions, there are some other game types. Tournament team game, identical to tournament deathmatch, except the players join one of up to 4 teams and attack only enemy team members. Last man standing. Similar to deathmatch, except each player gets a predetermined number of lives per game. This number can be changed by entering a different frag limit. Once they've been killed that number of times, they are out of the game until a new game begins and must watch the other players as they take each other out. Some mutators tells you FatBoy, when you get killed you get very very skinny, when you kill a lot you get very very fat. Instagib, a special ultra deadly shock rifle, is the only weapon available. 1 shot, 1 kill. Stealth, everybody is invisible. Jump match, all players jump as if they are wearing the inexhaustible anti-grav boots. Some rules, okay, yep. Translocator, okay, yep. Resume save tournament is, yep, you can go back to a save tournament. Multiplayer, let's think about multiplayer games. Options, weapon hand, we've got our weapon in the right hand, we've got normal gore. Flash. How does that display? Yeah, all these settings, okay. Yeah, this is not very interesting. Okay. This is just explaining the HUD. Players who don't know it, what all these things are. So down there it mentions your rank and spread. That's what I talked about here. The first number after rank indicates what position you hold in the current competition. Second number tells you how many players are participating. The number after spread tells you how many places behind the leader you currently are, or if you're in first place, how many frags ahead of second place you are. Okay, this is the part we wanted to see. The weapons. Weapons. Impact Hammer. Primary fire. Just hold the fire button, it will automatically release when you touch someone. Secondary fire. Rapid impact. Can deflect shots if your timing is good enough. Originally used as a miner's tunneling tool, the Impact Hammer is a pneumatic crushing device that now pulverizes opponents as effectively as a once shattered rock. Use it to demolish your enemies in one of two ways. Hit them with a quick repeated strikes, or charge it up and let loose with a single more powerful attack. Enforcer. Primary fire. Normal firing rate. Secondary fire. Rapid firing rate. This lightweight yet high-powered handgun is an accurate and potent killer at close or medium range. So easy to handle you can wield one in each hand, the Enforcer's already quick action can be increased by utilizing the slightly less accurate but equally deadly sideways carriage firing technique. Shock Rifle. Primary fire. Instant energy beam. Secondary fire. Slower energy projectile. Combo attack. Hit the secondary fire projectile with the primary fire for a powerful explosion. Emitting searing bursts of pure energy, the devastating shock rifle is an ideal weapon for medium or long range attacks. The primary fire delivers an instant concussion with pinpoint precision. The secondary fire launches a slower energy projectile. Ripper. Primary fire. Ricocheting blades. Secondary fire. Exploding blades. A descendant of the Razorjack, the Ripper features larger blades than its predecessor. The laser-sharp blades ricochet off solid surfaces, making around-the-corner kills not only possible but easy. The secondary fire causes the blades to explode upon impact, generating a considerable splash radius of damage. Rocket launcher. Primary fire launches rocket-propelled grenades that should say rockets. Oh, rocket-propelled grenades. Oh, I guess rockets are in a sense rocket-propelled grenades. Yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. Primary fire launches rocket-propelled grenades that explode on impact. Secondary fire throws non-rocket-propelled grenades that explode after a few seconds. Arguably the most popular devastation tool in the tournament, the rocket launcher is an extremely versatile medium to long range weapon. Hold and release the primary fire to launch 1 to 6 rocket-propelled grenades in a spread formation. The grenades will explode on impact. Press and hold the primary fire, then hit the secondary fire to launch a tight circular formation. Use the secondary fire alone to kick out 1 to 6 unpropelled grenades that will detonate a few seconds after deployment. Skilled users can take advantage of the rocket launcher's heat-seeking feature. To use it, keep your crosshair on your opponent until it changes into a red X, then unleash your missiles and watch them home in on their prey. Note that your ammo supply is clearly marked on top of the weapon. Flak cannon. Primary fire. Fires chunks of hot jagged shrapnel. Secondary fire. Lobs a shrapnel grenade that explodes on impact. This portable enemy blender can deliver instant death at any range. While the rate of fire is slow, the flak cannon's destructive power is formidable. The primary fire discharges a concentrated explosion containing several pounds of jagged metal shrapnel. At point-blank range, the result is usually lethal. The secondary fire launches a shrapnel grenade that explodes on impact. Few opponents survive a direct hit from a flak cannon grenade. BioRifle. Primary fire. Fires clumps of toxic sludge. Secondary fire. Hold and release to fire a larger clump of toxic sludge that bursts into multiple clumps on impact. This unconventional close to medium range weapon is more deadly than it appears at first glance. The primary fire spews clumps of toxic sludge that glom onto solid surfaces and float in water. They explode after a few seconds, or when touched by another object or passerby, causing considerable damage. Some competitors cover the floors, walls, and ceilings of narrow hallways with the stuff while running backwards to trap unwary pursuers. Press and hold the secondary fire to load up and fire an enormous blob that will literally splash apart when it hits the surface, spreading smaller hunks of the dangerous substance across a wide radius. Sniper rifle. Primary fire. Normal rifle shot. Secondary fire. Zoom in on target. The fact that its basic design has remained virtually unchanged for decades testifies to the sniper's rifle's timeless and universal functionality. The primary fire deals out an extremely robust rifle round, capable of abruptly ending a competitor's quest for the title of Grand Champion. The secondary fire zooms in on your target, allowing you to save time, effort, and ammunition by terminating them with a single shot to the head. Press and hold the secondary fire to zoom. Press secondary fire again to return to normal view. Minigun. Primary fire. Normal firing rate, more accurate. Secondary fire. Faster firing rate, less accurate. As simple as it sounds, the minigun features a rotating barrel assembly and an unmatched rate of fire. If the primary fire isn't fast enough for you, try the much faster and less accurate secondary fire. Good aim is the key to mastering the minigun. With a little practice, you'll be reducing your opponents to helpless bullet catchers at every opportunity. The ammo supply is displayed on top of the weapon. Redeemer. Primary fire. Launch miniature nuclear warhead. Secondary fire. Launch and guide miniature nuclear warhead. The first time you witness the miniature nuclear device in action, you will agree it is the most powerful weapon in the tournament. Launch a slow-moving but utterly devastating missile with the primary fire, but make sure you're out of the Redeemer's impressive blast radius before it impacts. The secondary fire allows you to guide the nuke yourself with a rocket's eye view. Keep in mind, however, that you are vulnerable to attack when steering the Redeemer's projectile. Due to the extreme bulkiness of its ammo, the Redeemer is exhausted after a single shot. Pulse Blaster. In the game it's actually called the Pulse Gun, I think, but here it calls it the Pulse Blaster. Interesting. Primary fire. Rapid fire plasma bursts. Secondary fire. Steady stream of plasma. Powerful rounds of burning plasma, a high rate of fire, and a vicious secondary attack make the Pulse Blaster a very popular mid-range weapon. The primary fire riddles targets with a glowing burst of plasma. The secondary fire emits a steady stream of the incandescent yellow substance. The Pulse Blaster uses clips containing 50 rounds, which must be replaced after they are emptied. The number of rounds remaining in the current clip is displayed on the weapon. Chainsaw. Primary fire. Forward thrust. Secondary fire. Side-to-side sweep. Based on an antique woodcutting tool, the chainsaw is a devastating melee weapon capable of instantly inflicting massive damage. The primary fire employs a thrust maneuver, while the secondary fire sweeps the blade from side to side, an ideal move for decapitations. Other items. Translocator. The Translocator is a portable teleporter. It functions as a weapon, a defensive device, and a mode of movement. The Translocator consists of two parts, a source module and a destination module. Throw the destination module with the primary fire, then press the secondary fire button to instantly teleport to the spot where the destination module landed. If you throw the destination module close enough to an enemy and teleport there, you can telefrag your opponent, killing him and getting his weapon. This requires some skill to accomplish, but is extremely gratifying to pull off and results in an instant kill. In Capture the Flag games, translocating while holding the flag will cause you to drop the flag. Health Pack. Replenishes 20 points of health, up to a maximum of 100. Kegger Health. The Kegger Health gives you 100 health points, up to a maximum of 199. Health Vial. Each health vial gives you 5 health points, up to a maximum of 199. Thigh Pads. These lightweight accessories provide 50 armor points. Body Armor. This vest provides you with 100 armor points. Shield Belt. The Shield Belt provides 150 armor points. This handy accoutrement not only holds your pants up, it's also the most powerful device in the tournament. It's also the most powerful defensive device in the tournament. Damage Amplifier. Dramatically increases the power of all weapons. The damage amplifier's effects last for 30 seconds and causes the user's weapons to glow purple. Invisibility. Makes you virtually invisible for a short time. AntiGrav Boots. Picking up the boots enables you to jump much higher than normal. While in the air, you have limited control over your flight trajectory. Once picked up, the boots last for 3 jumps, so take advantage of them while you can. Scuba Gear. Gives you the ability to breathe while underwater. Okay, some more stuff. This is all stat logging. Logging your stats and then putting them on some long defunct server. Team commands. This is the voice command that I spoke about. Game tips. Be sure to learn how to command your teammates around by using the orders menu. Telling some of your buddies to attack while some defend or cover you proves invaluable in the tournament. At the start of a match, you are in spectator mode. You are free to fly around the map and explore to your heart's content. Make sure you note the locations of the big guns, pickups, and health, so you're not going into the battle blind. The moment a match starts, you are equipped with your Impact Hammer and Enforcer. These are good guns to start with, but they are much more effective weapons strategically placed throughout the battle arenas. Go and grab one before your foes do. Remember to keep moving, because a moving target is harder to hit than a stationary one. Strafing is a great way to avoid getting shot. The left to right arrow keys will make you strafe from side to side. Well, of course, I've changed the arrow. Originally, there were the arrow keys, but I've changed it all to WASD as modern, games use. Strafing is a great way to avoid getting shot while keeping your crosshair on your enemy. Use it or lose it. Some weapons, such as a rocket launcher, cause explosions that create splash damage. Use splash damage to hurt your enemies by aiming near them or on the ground in front of them. A couple good splashes will take out your opponent in no time. Many weapons are great for close combat, while others are better suited for long distance play. For instance, the Flak cannon is great in close quarters, while the zoom of the sniper rifle makes it the ultimate long-range gun. Many of the weapons that explode or cause splash damage will damage you if they explode too close to you. Be careful where you shoot, or you could lose points. Advanced techniques. Sprees. If you manage to kill 5 or more opponents without dying yourself, you will be on a killing spree. You will get a verbal notice and your enemies will receive a warning telling them that you're doing well. If you kill 10 or more foes, you are on a rampage. There are many spree levels, see how high you can get. Multi-kills. When you take someone out, you have 3 seconds to take someone else out to score a multi-kill. The various levels of multi-kill are double kill, multi-kill, ultra kill, monster kill. So yeah, I believe Unreal Tournament was actually one of the first games to have like killing sprees and double kills, multi-kills, but it was an idea that many arena shooter games continued with after Unreal Tournament. But it started, I'm pretty sure it started first in Unreal Tournament. Headshots. If you take someone out by taking the head off, you'll get a message letting you know you nailed a headshot. You nailed a headshot. Dodging. In Unreal Tournament, you can dodge by tapping on the movement key twice in any direction. Turn this feature on in the Options Preferences game menu. If you do not like this feature, you can turn it off, but be advised, many great players who learn this technique become Unreal Masters. Okay, now we have a section on Chaos UT. Chaos UT is a mutator that you can activate on any of your Unreal Tournament maps. This mod adds a bunch of cool weapons and some other cool effects. There's no theme behind Chaos UT other than massive mayhem and fun. To use this mod, activate the Chaos UT mutator from your list of mutators. Here's a brief rundown on what's in the mod. You want to mess around with it though to find out all the details for yourself. Okay, the weapons. You can switch between the various weapons by pressing the appropriate number key multiple times to cycle through them. Bastard Sword. Weapon slot 2. Primary fire, attack. Alternate fire, defense. The Bastard Sword is very deadly, but for obvious reasons, you close with your enemy to score hits. Don't just constantly keep the fire button pressed. Time your attacks to make them more effective. Some practice with the bot should help you get a feel for this weapon. Block by pressing the alternate fire mode. This is very effective against most types of attacks, such as the sniper rifle. You must be facing the attack for the defense to be effective. A good player will defend himself as he approaches and wait to time his attacks, maybe? Hint, with a bit of luck and some practice, most types of projectiles can be blocked. Try it. Crossbow. Weapon slot 4. Primary fire, shoot. Alternate fire, sniper scope. This crossbow has... Oh, I forgot to tell you about the spikes, that's right. That's something I forgot to tell you. So, if you shoot the crossbow, and you're standing right next to another player, basically spikes will project from the sniper rifle, and they will basically do melee damage to the enemy that's immediately in front of you. So it's like a what's the word? What are they called? What are they called? Those are like guns with pointy things at the end of them. Not trebuchet, trebuchet. I've forgotten what they're called. Oh, this is embarrassing. But yeah, those guns with spikes in front of them. So it's a bit like that. Okay. This crossbow has spikes that project about 2 feet in front of the weapon and cause extra damage if your target is up close and personal. There will be 3 types of bolts on the crossbow. Normal bolts. Normal bolts. These are a quiet attack with no flash to reveal your position. They make an excellent round for sniping. These bolts have a high rate of fire and hit hard. Explosive bolts. These rounds are also silent. Until they explode, explosive bolts are very deadly. These bolts fly a lot faster than rockets do, so you don't have to lead your target quite as much. Poisonous bolts. These are the ultimate disabler. Pop someone with one of these and he will be unable to pay attention to you for a while. Players who have poisoned me occasionally hurl a nasty green glob at anyone unfortunate enough to be in their way. The glob does a good deal of damage, so try to avoid it. Proximity mines. The proxy. Weapon slot 8. Primary fire. Active proxy. Alternate fire. Passive proxy. Use your primary fire button to throw out an active and aggressive proxy. The proxy will hop around laughing and roaring as it hunts for a victim. There are some weapons that can hurt a hunting proxy, but you'll need to experiment to find out which ones they are. The alternate fire will launch a proxy in a more passive mode. The proxy will stick to a surface you shoot it at. It will lower its face shield to hide, then wait for its victim to approach. If someone moves within range, the proxy will become active and leap out at them. Pretty smart little guys, huh? The claw. Weapon slot. 1. Melee attack. 8. Ranged attack. Primary fire. Main attack. Alternate fire. Push target back. / proxy. The claw is a multi-purpose projectile launcher fitted to fire flak ammo and proxy mines. It will also, with alternate fire, shoot out an eggshell encased proxy at a very high velocity. If this strikes a player, it will push him back and cause little damage. Then the proxy will become active, targeting whoever is in range. A nasty one too. Chaos Sniper version 2. Weapon slot 0. Primary fire. Fire. Alternate fire. Use scope. The Chaos Sniper is a deadly weapon. If you pop your target in the head, it's lights out. But since the round from this rifle ricochet, you can set up some nasty killing shots using the walls to bounce your bullets into your target. There are 2 different types of ammo for this weapon. The normal sniper ammo with the ricochet feature, and the RPBs, rocket-propelled bullets that travel at an extreme velocity. These things can penetrate multiple unarmored targets, but leave a smoke trail pointing back at you. Alternate fire will activate your scope. Press alternate fire multiple times to choose zoom depth, then last alternate fire for normal sight. The Vortex. Weapon slot 0. Primary fire. Activate. This is one of those ancient weapons with mystical and unimaginable powers. The three rings are kind of unspectacular, but let me put it this way. Throw it and run. 2 seconds after hitting the ground, the devil starts to suck in and compress its surroundings into one point. So stay out of that area for the next 15 seconds if you value your life. The vortex will suck in every intelligent life form in a 100-foot radius. Sentry turrets. Weapon slot 0. This weapon is actually a locator beacon. When you place it, a sentry turret is beamed onto the spot after a 2-second delay. Make sure you are well clear of the area before that happens so you don't get crushed. The beacon must be placed on a flat surface with enough space around it to hold the turret. The turret will blaze away at whatever comes within range. You can reload an empty turret manually using the normal reloads for energy weapons and the rocket launcher, or you can reload an empty turret manually using the normal reloads for an energy weapon and rocket launcher by touching the turret. Maybe you need to maybe it only reloads when it's out of ammo then. Or maybe you actually need rockets and energy like ammo. Maybe you actually need the ammo yourself to reload the turret. I'm not sure. The turret will operate for whomever reloads it. Protect this powerful weapon. You don't want to be staring down the barrel of your own arsenal. Other features. Spawn protection. Chaos is a very dangerous place. You could spawn in the middle of a dozen proxies, for example. To try and balance this, we have made the player invulnerable for the first 5 seconds of his chaotic life. This gives you a much better chance to escape, or better yet, it gives you some time to grab a weapon and fight back. As long as the spawn protection is active, you will see a pulsating wave-like shield around your player icon on the HUD. So this is what I mentioned. You have spawn protection, which basically means you can't die in the first 5 seconds. Real life sounds. It's the little thing that can kill you. Sometimes you just have to sneeze. Sometimes you just have to sneeze right as you're sneaking up to ambush an enemy. The real life sounds simulate these kinds of nice happenings. Heartbeat. If you come close to the point of no return of 0 health, you will be able to hear your heartbeat louder and faster, and also the enemy nearby can. A nice reminder that you should keep your eyes out for some extra health. Okay, special UT commands, special chaos UT commands, I talked about those. Additional mutators. Sword melee. Everyone's melee is a chaos UT bastard sword. Sword arena. All weapons on the map are converted to a chaos UT bastard sword. Ammo is removed. No health. Removes all med boxes, health bars, and the keg of health. Chaos UT is compatible with the bonus pack relics. I've talked about the relics. Yep, some stuff there. Now we have Rocket Arena. Rocket Arena is a fight of pure skill. You have all the weapons, you have all the ammo, you have all the health, you have all the armor, you have no excuses. When you and your opponents enter battle, you are on equal ground. With the same inventory, the winner is determined by who utilizes their inventory the best. Rocket Arena pits you against bots, and if you're online, the much more challenging human intellect, in 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 best of 3 rounds. The winner stays on to fight the next challenger. The best analogy to think about is fighting arcade games, where the winner gets to keep his token and continue playing, while various people come up to challenge him or her in a best of 3 match. Rocket Arena maps are divided into 5 to 7 arenas, each of which acts like a mini-map. A separate mini-game may take place in each arena, and each arena has its own personality and design, distinct from the others. Within each arena, there is a line waiting to play. The first 2 teams will play 2 or 3 rounds to determine the winner of the match. The winner stays on, while the loser drops to the end of the line to wait for his or her turn. Each round consists of a countdown to get ready, select weapon, and position yourself. The round begins when the announcer yells "Fight!", and then you must do what you do best. After the round is over, either your team or the opponent's team died, you can see the health of the other team to see just how close you were to winning, or how well you defeated them. The countdown begins for the next round soon after, and repeats until one team has won the best of 3 match. The line rotates, letting the next team in line duel against the reigning champs. Note that in local bot match games, only one bot team will be added by default, so you never sit around waiting while the bots have a duel. This ensures that you will always have a chance to play. Also note that while the bot AI designed for UT works very well when they control the map, granting inventory and generally being healthier and stronger than you might expect, when Rocket Arena UT puts them on the same level as you, they are much easier than you'd expect. You may compensate by upping the level of bots or going online to play against a human population who is much more challenging than artificial intelligence. How to start the game, key binding configuration, and some credits. I will leave this on the screen so you can see who made Epic. And yeah, that is pretty much it. That's the end of my video. Thank you very much for watching this long video, and I will see you next time where I actually start my Unreal Tournament single player campaign. Bye!